For more peculiar tales designed to gently distract the restless mind, consider lending your support to At Hollow Midnight by subscribing. It helps the quiet moments grow. Chapter 1. The invitation to mischief. The clang of Osric's hammer upon the anvil usually obliterated all other sounds within his small, soot-stained forge, a comforting cacophony that marked the rhythm of his days. But on this particular Tuesday, a day as unremarkable as any other, a persistent, reedy voice managed to pierce the metallic din, cutting through the hot air like a dull knife through tough cheese. Master Osric, a missive, urgent by the Lord's teeth, and the sender waits no longer than a frost-bitten dog outside a warm hearth. Osric, a man whose muscles were as knotted and unyielding as the iron he shaped, lowered his hammer with a grunt that seemed to emanate from the very depths of the earth. He wiped a grimy hand across his brow, leaving a streak of charcoal and sweat that only enhanced his perpetually scowling visage. Standing at the entrance, silhouetted against the weak autumn sun, was a boy, all sharp elbows and jutting Adam's apple, clutching a roll of parchment as if it might spontaneously combust. The boy, a runner from the Merchants' Guild, was known for his melodramatic pronouncements and general air of impending doom, which usually heralded nothing more exciting than a delayed shipment of nails. "Give it here, imp," Osric grumbled, reaching for the scroll. He expected a bill, perhaps a complaint about the sharpness of his newly ground axe heads, or a request for more sturdy hinges for the mayor's new privy. Instead, what he received was heavier than expected, bound not with a simple wax seal, but with a curious leaden disc embossed with a design he couldn't quite make out in the dim light of the forge, something like a gnarled, leafless tree reaching skyward. The parchment itself felt uncommonly thick, almost leathery, and had a strange, faintly metallic smell, like a forgotten key unearthed from damp soil. He unrolled it carefully, his large fingers fumbling slightly with the unfamiliar texture. The script was elegant, but unusually ornate, almost bordering on the theatrical, and written in an ink that shimmered faintly, a dark, almost purple hue. It was an invitation, of all things, from Tavern, the merchant's son, whose impending nuptials to a rather plain but undeniably well-heeled miller's daughter had been the subject of much indifferent village gossip for weeks. "To my dearest Osric, steadfast of spirit and true of metal," it began, a formality that made Osric snort. He and Tavern shared a passing acquaintance born of a few shared tankards at the Leaning Pig, and certainly not the kind of deep bond that merited such flowery prose. As the shadow of my singular commitment lengthens, I find myself drawn to an undertaking of unparalleled significance, one that demands the fellowship of souls both stout and discerning. I invite thee, therefore, not to the customary revelry of ale and bawdy song, which, though pleasant enough, oft lacks the spark of true discovery, but to a gathering of quite a different vintage. On the third night hence, when the moon has begun its slow wane towards invisibility, gather thyself at Blackwood Keep. There we shall partake in a celebration most singular, a diversion most unlike any known to mortal revelry, promising enduring camaraderie, and an unorthodoxy one rarely encounters in the waking world. Be advised, bring not your usual expectations, but an open mind, a curious heart, and perhaps a small flask of something fortifying. Your presence is not merely requested, but deemed essential for the peculiar success of this venture. With utmost anticipation, Tavern. Osric read it twice, then a third time, his brow furrowing deeper with each pass. Blackwood Keep, that crumbling edifice reputedly abandoned for generations, standing sentinel on the desolate moorlands outside the village, a place where the wind was said to whisper names of the long dead through broken windows, and where the sheep, if they strayed too close, returned with a strange, haunted look in their eyes. Tavern, the rather timid, somewhat fastidious Tavern, was planning a bachelor party there, And what was this talk of unorthodoxy and diversion, most unlike any known to mortal revelry? It sounded less like a celebratory send-off for a groom and more like an invitation to a particularly ill-advised ghost hunt. Osric scratched his chin, a faint aroma of singed hair wafting up. This was certainly not the usual summons to a night of regrettable decisions and watered-down ale. Miles away, in the dusty, quiet confines of the monastery scriptorium, Finn, hunched over a meticulously illuminated manuscript, received an identical missive. Finn, whose fingers were permanently stained with ink, and whose imagination was perpetually adrift in realms of fantastical beasts and ancient prophecies, found the messenger's arrival a far more welcome disruption than Osric did. The young runner, having evidently conserved some of his dramatic flair, presented the scroll to Finn with a flourish usually reserved for a royal decree, disrupting the gentle scratching of quills and earning a tut from the elderly abbot. Finn, ever polite, accepted the parchment with a slight bow. His eyes, accustomed to the minuscule details of marginalia, quickly scanned the peculiar script, noting the unusual leaden seal and the strange scent, which to his more sensitive nose smelled faintly of damp earth and something akin to old, dried herbs. "Blackwood Keep," he murmured, a curious light entering his eyes. He had spent countless hours poring over dusty local histories, and Blackwood Keep featured prominently in many, often in hushed tones, as the site of a rather unfortunate family curse and several unexplained disappearances. It was, to him, a place of considerable Gothic intrigue, certainly more appealing than the usual tavern revelry, which always devolved into predictable bouts of burping and off-key singing. The invitations talk of unorthodoxy and a diversion most unlike any known to mortal revelry resonated deeply with his inherent love for the strange and the obscure. Tavern, the groom, was a pleasant enough fellow, but hardly known for his eccentricities. His choice of venue was to Finn the most intriguing puzzle he had encountered outside of a cryptic old-tongue text in months. He gently rolled the parchment, already envisioning ancient tapestries flapping in phantom breezes and the possibility of discovering a forgotten, perhaps cursed, library. Meanwhile, at the local stables, Gareth, a man whose robust physique and booming laugh were as well known as his love for a good wager, was busy supervising the grooming of his lord's prize warhorse. A messenger, somewhat winded from his enthusiastic dash, finally caught up to him, delivering the same peculiar scroll. Gareth, unlike Osric, barely glanced at the boy, merely snatching the parchment with a meaty hand and dismissing him with a wave. His attention was more keenly fixed on the sheen of the horse's coat. He unrolled it with a theatrical flourish, his grin widening as he recognized Theron's name. "Ah, young Theron's final night of freedom, eh?" he boomed, to the amusement of the stable hands. "Likely to be a dull affair. The lad is marrying into such a dreary family. Probably just a few quiet tankards of mead and early to bed, so he's fresh for the gallows." He chuckled at his own jest, a sound like gravel tumbling down a hill. But as he read the contents, his boisterous mirth slowly faded, replaced by a look of puzzled intrigue. "Blackwood Keep? And unorthodoxy? He muttered, stroking his chin. "Sounds less like a party and more like a challenge." Gareth was always up for a challenge. His idea of a good time usually involved a wrestling match, a good brawl, or at the very least, a hunting expedition that ended with a grand feast. This invitation, with its formal but oddly ominous tone, hinted at something far removed from the usual predictable bachelor send-off. It promised something different, which in a life that often felt like one repetitive cycle of training and minor skirmishes, was a promise that Gareth found surprisingly compelling. He imagined a test of strength, perhaps a hunt for some legendary beast rumored to roam the desolate lands near the old keep, or even a grand prank involving the local superstitious villagers. Whatever it was, it certainly wouldn't be boring. Tavern, the groom-to-be, was not a man of grand gestures or peculiar taste. He was, by all accounts, a rather uninspired individual, well suited to the mercantile life his father had meticulously planned for him. His courtship of the miller's daughter, Elspeth, had been a straightforward affair of dowry negotiations and polite, if dull, visits. He was a creature of habit, preferring the well-trodden path to any adventurous detour, which was precisely why the identical invitations, now clutched by Osric, Finn, and Gareth, each in their own distinct fashion, caused such a ripple of bewildered curiosity. Darren's usual idea of a night out involved a pint of ale, a game of dice he invariably lost, and a safe return home before the streetlights were doused. The idea of him orchestrating an unorthodox gathering at the dilapidated, rumored to be haunted Blackwood Keep was, to put it mildly, unsettling. "What do you make of it, Finn?" Osric asked, cornering the scribe later that day near the town. Well, his voice a low rumble. Blackwood Keep. The lad's lost his senses, surely. Probably got himself tangled up with some charlatan who promised him a cure for his marital anxieties, and now expects us to witness his folly. Finn, ever the scholar, tapped his chin thoughtfully. Perhaps he seeks a unique blessing for his union. Osric, good why. There are old rites, you know, forgotten by common folk, said to bring fortune or protection to a marriage. Blackwood Keep, with its grim history, might hold a certain resonance for such a purpose. He brightened slightly. Or perhaps he's found a hidden chamber, filled with ancient scrolls. Imagine the forgotten lore. Gareth, who had arrived ostensibly to draw water for his horse, but truly to engage in the communal speculation, scoffed loudly. Lore? Nonsense, Finn. Darren's more likely to be seeking a stronger brew than anything this side of the continent. My bet's on some foolhardy hunting trip, or a test of courage. I've heard whispers of a particularly large boar living out by the moors. Maybe he has decided to prove his manhood before he ties the knot. A man-sized boar. That's what this unorthodoxy is. And he needs us to bait it. Osric grunted again, unconvinced. A boar hunt at Blackwood Keep, in the waning moonlight, with promises of unorthodoxy? Sounds like a good way to end up as boar fodder, or worse, meet a ghost who wants to marry you. I heard the last lord of Blackwood died a bachelor, swearing vengeance upon all who sought marital bliss. Finn looked intrigued by this detail. A ghost marriage, you say? Now, too, will be a diversion most unlike any known to mortal revelry. His eyes gleamed with a morbid curiosity. Gareth, however, merely guffawed, slapping Osric on the back. A ghost marriage. You always did have a rich imagination, Osric. No, it'll be a grand feast, perhaps a bit of a scare for Theron, then back to his dull life with the miller's daughter. But Blackwood Keep, that's certainly a peculiar choice for a celebration. He must have a reason beyond simple merriment. Something to spice up his otherwise unremarkable life, before it becomes entirely consumed by the price of flour. The three men stood there, the peculiar invitation a silent topic of their varied musings. Theron, the unadventurous groom-to-be, had managed to conjure a ripple of genuine curiosity, a mild tremor of unease, and a good deal of dry speculation amongst his friends. The invitation to Blackwood Keep, with its ominous leaden seal and its promise of something unorthodox, felt less like a party and more like a summons to an unforeseen destiny. They all knew, deep down, that Theron was not capable of devising such an elaborate and unsettling plan on his own. Someone else, perhaps, had influenced him. Someone, or something, had set a stage far grander and far stranger than a mere bachelor party required. The thought hung in the crisp autumn air, a faint, unsettling hum beneath the mundane sounds of village life. Whatever awaited them at Blackwood Keep, it promised to be anything but boring, and certainly more than just ale and merriment. They were, each in his own way, drawn into the peculiar gravity of the summons, compelled by a mixture of loyalty, morbid curiosity, and the simple desire for something, anything, to break the monotony of their ordinary lives. The stage was set, not for a simple celebration, but for something truly singular. Chapter 2. The Groom's Dubious passed the peculiar invitation, with its weighty leaden seal and the unsettling hint of an unorthodoxy far removed from conventional revelry, had, in its own quiet way, managed to disrupt the steady rhythm of the village. Osric found himself hammering with a little less conviction, his mind occasionally drifting from the stubborn resistance of the hot iron to the image of Blackwood Keep, that gaunt skeletal hand of stone reaching from the desolate moors. He found, much to his irritation, that the usual drone of village gossip now seemed to carry a more pointed resonance, as if the air itself was thick with half-forgotten whispers. It began subtly, as all good rumors do, with a half-heard snippet from an old woman haggling over a newly sharpened spade, a low murmur about Tavern and his peculiar luck with women that trailed off into an unintelligible mumble about the moon and a grave. Later, a farmer, collecting a fresh set of horseshoes, spoke of Tavern having always been a bit touched by the other side, an offhand comment that Osric dismissed at the time as rustic superstition, but which now, given the Blackwood Keep summons, pricked at the edges of his memory. Osric recalled a time, perhaps 5 or 6 years ago, when Tavern, younger and even more timid, had been briefly betrothed to a girl from a small, out-of-the-way hamlet, a place nestled deep in the shadowed folds of the hills, where old customs lingered like stubborn moss. She was, by all accounts, a quiet, pale creature named Lyra, said to possess eyes like deep pools in winter. The engagement had been short-lived, dissolving with a suddenness that had caused a ripple of quiet curiosity even in the usually indifferent town. Tavern had returned from a visit to Lyra's family, looking ghastly, his usually placid face etched with a fear that went beyond mere homesickness or a lover's quarrel. He never spoke of what transpired, only that the match was unsuitable and that Lyra had gone away. But the villagers of the remote hamlet, or so the occasional trader would recount, whispered of a promise made in haste, of Lyra having been claimed by something old, and of Tavern having been lucky to escape with his shadow intact. Some even claimed that Tavern, in a moment of youthful bravado or perhaps just plain foolishness, had made some ill-considered vow near an ancient standing stone in their village, a stone said to mark a place where the veil between worlds was thin. The stories were vague, inconsistent, and often embellished by the telling, but they all converged on the idea that Tavern had somehow, perhaps unwittingly, incurred a debt that was not of this world. Osric had thought little of it at the time, merely dismissing it as another of Tavern's clumsy missteps in the delicate dance of courtship. But now the pieces felt as if they were slowly, chillingly, slotting into place. In the hallowed quiet of the monastery scriptorium, where the only sounds were the rustle of parchment and the soft scratching of quills, Finn was similarly plagued by the peculiar invitation. His extensive knowledge of local folklore, acquired through years of diligent study of obscure texts and patient listening to the ramblings of old monks, now provided an unwelcome context to Tavern's unexpected summons. He recalled a particularly unsettling passage in a crumbling, anonymous chronicle detailing the fate of one Lord Blackwood, the last true master of the infamous keep. The text spoke not of battle or plague, but of a man who sought solace beyond the mortal coil, and who, after a series of inexplicable misfortunes, was found wedded not to flesh, but to shadow. Finn had always considered it a poetic, if macabre, embellishment. Now the phrase unorthodoxy one rarely encounters in the waking world echoed in his mind, chillingly similar to the ancient descriptions of Blackwood Keep's spectral inhabitants. Finn also remembered an incident from about 3 years prior, when Tavern, on a trading expedition to a coastal town known for its strange markets, had purchased a small, exquisitely carved wooden doll, Tavern, with his usual lack of discernment, had bought it for a pittance from a hag-like vendor whose eyes seemed to hold the cold light of the sea itself. Upon returning home, Tavern had complained of persistent chills in his chamber, of objects moving when no one was present, and a faint, sweet smell of decay that clung to his clothes, even after laundering. His family, attributing it to a lingering cough, or simply poor ventilation, had advised him to open the windows. But Theron had grown increasingly gaunt, his sleep disturbed by vivid, unsettling dreams. It was Finn, summoned by Theron's frantic father to decipher an obscure inscription on the doll's base, who had recognized the ancient symbols for unclaimed spirit and unfulfilled promise. Finn had advised Theron to return the doll to the sea, or at least to bury it in unconsecrated ground, far from any habitation. Theron, terrified, had done so, and the strange occurrences had ceased, but Finn had noticed a subtle change in the young merchant ever since. A newfound nervousness, a tendency to glance over his shoulder, as if perpetually expecting something to follow him. The doll, Finn now realized, had perhaps not been merely a cursed object, but a conduit, a forgotten key to a door Theron had carelessly left ajar. Could the unorthodoxy of Blackwood Keep be a continuation of this unpaid debt, a consequence of Theron's past carelessness in handling objects of power, or promises made to entities beyond human comprehension? Finn, the scholar, found himself strangely enthralled by the grim possibilities. Meanwhile, Gareth, whose pragmatic worldview rarely entertained notions of ghosts or curses beyond what a good ale and a strong fist could dispel, found his robust laughter somewhat muted by the whispers he overheard at the stables and the tavern. He dismissed them as usual tavern talk, exaggerated and embellished for entertainment. But even he couldn't ignore the sheer volume of tales swirling around Theron. One stable hand, a grizzled old man named Cale, who claimed to have seen a headless horseman ride through the village square on a moonless night, muttered about Theron's unlucky star. "That lad," Cale had drawled, spitting a stream of tobacco juice onto the dusty ground, "he always did have a knack for finding trouble, not the kind you can punch, mind you, but the kind that clings to your shadow like a burr." Cale recounted a story, widely circulated among the less reputable denizens of the town, about a drunken wager Theron had made years ago. In a moment of youthful folly, and fueled by cheap wine, Theron had boasted, in a graveyard on a particularly dark night, that he feared no man, living or dead, and that he would marry the first spirit that offered him a dowry. It was meant as a jest, a foolish dare among half-grown boys. But Cale swore that ever since that night, Theron had been plagued by fleeting glimpses of a pale, veiled figure, especially in the peripheral vision, and that his ill-fated engagements always seemed to end with a cold draught and the faint scent of lilies. Gareth, though he scoffed loudly and called Cale a superstitious old fool, had to admit that Theron's string of broken engagements was unusually long, even for a timid merchant's son. Each time the reason for the dissolution was vague, always related to some unexplained ill fortune befalling the bride-to-be. Never anything tangible or easily explained. It was almost as if an unseen hand was interfering. The three men, each from their distinct perspectives, were slowly piecing together a mosaic of Theron's past, a tapestry woven with threads of coincidence, superstition, and genuine, inexplicable strangeness. Osric, the pragmatist, now saw the string of unsuitable betrothals not as bad luck, but as a pattern of interference. Finn, the scholar, recognized the echoes of ancient curses and spectral obligations in these seemingly random misfortunes. And Gareth, the man of action, while still inclined to a physical explanation, couldn't shake the unnerving feeling that this challenge at Blackwood Keep might not involve a boar, but something far more ethereal, something that might require a different kind of strength than he was accustomed to. The groom-to-be, Theron, had been notably absent from the usual village haunts in the days leading up to the peculiar bachelor party. He was said to be indisposed, preparing for his wedding, though the general consensus was that he was simply hiding. His usual nervous twitch had reportedly worsened, and he was seen by the miller's wife, Elspeth's mother, looking utterly spectral, muttering to himself in the street and jumping at the slightest sound. It was as if the invitation to Blackwood Keep had not just been sent, but had somehow taken root within him, drawing out the anxieties and the long-dormant echoes of his past encounters with the unexplained. The very idea that timid, unremarkable Theron could have a dubious past involving spectral deaths was, in itself, a source of dark amusement for some, and profound unease for others. But for Osric, Finn, and Gareth, it was becoming increasingly clear that the unorthodoxy promised by the invitation was not merely a stylistic flourish. It was a warning. And Theron, the unassuming groom, was at the center of it all, a reluctant magnet for the supernatural, now being pulled towards a reckoning in the crumbling halls of Blackwood Keep. Whatever awaited them there, it was intimately tied to the whispers of his past, to promises made or unmade, and to a debt that perhaps only now was coming due. Chapter 3. The Tavern of Whispers, the night when it finally arrived, wrapped itself around the village with a chill that promised true autumn, a damp, bone-reaching cold that seemed to seep from the very stones. It was the third night hence, as the peculiar invitation had dictated, and the moon indeed was a mere sliver, a ghostly fingernail clipping against the vast inky canvas of the sky. The designated meeting place was the Leaning Pig, a tavern so ancient its very timbers seemed to sigh with the weight of centuries of spilled ale and whispered secrets. Its name derived from a structural peculiarity, a pronounced tilt that made patrons feel perpetually on the verge of falling over, even before they'd indulged in the establishment's notoriously potent, if somewhat watery brew. Osric, having meticulously oiled his hammerheads and sharpened his most formidable chisels, as if preparing for a particularly obstinate demon rather than a bachelor party, arrived first. The forge had been uncommonly quiet all day, the usual rhythmic clang replaced by the persistent, nagging thought of Blackwood Keep. He pushed open the heavy oak door of the Leaning Pig, the rusty hinges groaning in protest like a forgotten ghost clearing its throat. Inside, the air was thick with the scent of stale ale, wood smoke, and something indefinable, something old, like forgotten dust motes, dancing in the dim light of tallow candles. The common room was sparsely populated, a few regulars hunched over their tankards, their faces illuminated in flickers, making them appear like characters in a faded tapestry. The walls, dark with age and grime, seemed to absorb all sound, leaving only a low hum, a collective sigh of all the past conversations, laments, and drunken boasts that had ever echoed within its confines. It was a place where whispers seemed to cling to the very plaster. Osric chose a corner table, one known for its slightly less pronounced lean, and ordered a sturdy ale. He watched the door, his gaze as steady and unyielding as the iron he worked. He half expected Theron to appear, perhaps with a sudden fit of good sense, announcing the whole bizarre excursion was a joke, a misguided attempt at premarital japes. But no, the groom-to-be was nowhere in sight. A few moments later, the door creaked open again, admitting Finn. The scribe looked, as always, as though he had just emerged from a forgotten crypt, his cloak dusted with invisible motes of ancient lore. His eyes, however, sparkled with an almost unholy anticipation. He clutched a small leather-bound volume to his chest, its title obscured by his grip. Osric, Finn greeted, his voice a quiet murmur, as if afraid of disturbing the tavern's own hushed atmosphere. He slid onto the bench opposite the blacksmith. A night for peculiar tales, indeed. Did you notice the faint chill that permeates this establishment? Not merely the draughts, I suspect, but the lingering echoes of lives lived, and perhaps extinguished, within these very walls. They say Old Man Hemlock, the previous owner, haunts the cellar, forever searching for his lost barrel of particularly fine brandy. Osric grunted, taking a long swig of his ale. More likely the smell of unwashed patrons and poorly brewed swill, finned it. You always find a ghost in every dusty corner. Besides, we're here for Theron's folly, not to conjure dead tipplers. Just then, the door burst open with a bang that rattled the windows, letting in a gust of cold air and the booming laugh of Gareth. He strode in, his broad shoulders seeming to fill the doorway, his presence an immediate contradiction to the tavern's quiet gloom. He wore his finest, albeit practical, tunic and breeches, and carried a leather flask strapped to his belt, no doubt filled with something far more potent than the tavern's offerings. Well, well, if it isn't the solemn gathering of Theron's last, brave companions, Gareth bellowed, clapping Osric on the back with a force that nearly dislodged his teeth. Or, perhaps, just those foolish enough to answer the call of a man about to shackle himself to a life of domestic tedium. He spotted Finn and raised an eyebrow. And Finn, my scholarly friend, still communing with the spirits of forgotten knowledge. Eh? Or planning to read Theron's last rites before has even taken the vows. Finn offered a small, knowing smile. One must always be prepared, Gareth, especially when dealing with the unknown. And Blackwood Keep, as you well know, is riddled with unknowns. The conversation turned, as expected, to the peculiar invitation and their shared bewilderment regarding Theron's motivations. Gareth, ever the pragmatist, still leaned towards a prank, albeit an elaborate one, or some sort of unusual hunting expedition. Mark my words, has found a particularly large badger, or perhaps a family of unusually aggressive squirrels, and intends to impress his new bride with his bravery. It's always been one for theatrics, albeit poorly executed ones. Osric, however, remained skeptical. Theatrical? Theron? The lad gets flustered, ordering an extra loaf of bread from the baker. This smells of something far more sinister. That parchment had a feel to it, a coldness, as if it had been stored in a tomb. Finn, ever eager to delve into the esoteric, nodded slowly. Indeed. And the script, Osric, it contained an almost ritualistic quality, the very phrasing diversion most unlike any known to mortal revelry. Speaks of something beyond the mundane. I spent the day consulting some of the more obscure texts in the monastery's collection. There are old folk tales, you see, concerning certain families, particularly those of fading nobility, who would, in times of great misfortune or before a significant life event, seek out unconventional assistance. Sometimes it involved pacts with entities or appeasement of ancestral spirits. Blackwood Keep, with its history of tragic ends and unresolved curses, is precisely the kind of place where such dark dealings might have taken root. Gareth scoffed. Pacts? Finn, you've been reading too many of those dusty tomes. Next, you'll be telling us Theron intends to marry a forest nymph to secure a better dowry. Not a forest nymph, perhaps, Finn mused, his eyes distant. But there are legends of spectral brides, unquiet spirits who were denied their earthly unions, or who died tragically on their wedding eve. They say such spirits sometimes attach themselves to the living, seeking to complete their interrupted journey into matrimony, often with disastrous consequences for the unwitting groom. Osric's earlier offhand comment about a ghost wanting to marry Theron suddenly took on a chillingly plausible dimension. He shifted uncomfortably on the bench. You mean Theron could be beholden to one of these bridal phantoms? It is a possibility, Finn said, his voice barely above a whisper, as if the walls themselves might be listening. Recall the strange occurrences from his past. The unfortunate incident with the blacksmith's daughter from 2 villages over. The one who mysteriously fell ill after Theron broke off their courtship. Her family whispered of a lingering curse, of her spirit restless. Or the time he nearly drowned in the well after refusing the advances of old man Tiberius' niece, a woman known for her keen interest in the darker arts. People said it wasn't the well water but a chilling hand that dragged him under. Gareth's boisterous demeanor softened slightly. I had heard those tales, of course. Dismissed them as village gossip, born of spite and boredom. But now with this Blackwood Keep business it does make one wonder. He took a long swig from his flask, the potent liquid doing little to dispel the sudden chill that had permeated their small gathering. Theron always had a knack for attracting trouble, even when he wasn't actively looking for it. A magnet for the peculiar, if you will, though usually it manifested as a lost purse or a misplaced delivery, not spectral entanglements. As if on cue, the tavern door creaked open once more, and Theron himself appeared. He looked utterly dreadful. His face, usually a pale, unremarkable canvas, was ashen, his eyes wide and bloodshot, darting around the room as if searching for something or someone that wasn't there. He clutched a rather ornate, but undeniably grubby, satchel to his chest. His usually neat hair was disheveled, and his fine merchant's tunic was rumpled, as if he'd slept in it, or perhaps not slept at all. He didn't look like a groom on the eve of his bachelor party. He looked like a man who had seen a ghost, and not in a pleasant, conversational way. "Theron, my boy," Gareth boomed, attempting to inject some much-needed jocularity into the tense atmosphere. "Come, join us. We were just discussing your surprising choice of bachelor party venue, planning to summon the spirit of a particularly potent brew. Are we?" Theron flinched at the sound of Gareth's voice, his gaze settling on them with a desperate, almost pleading intensity. He approached their table with the hesitant gait of a man walking on thin ice, or perhaps on graves. He didn't sit immediately, instead standing awkwardly, clutching his satchel. "Friends," he croaked, his voice raspy, as if he hadn't used it in days. "Thank you for coming. I know this is unorthodox, but it is important. More important than you can possibly imagine." His eyes flickered towards Finn, a silent acknowledgement of the scribe's penchant for the strange. Osric narrowed his eyes. "Theron, what in the name of the saints is going on?" "Blackwood Keep? This whole affair smells fouler than an uncleaned privy. You look like you've been wrestling with a white. What kind of unorthodoxy are we embarking upon?" Theron swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing. It's complicated. It dates back to my youth. A foolish wager. A promise. A debt. I thought I had settled it, but it seems it resurfaced. And now, with Elspeth, with the wedding so close, I have no choice but to appease it. His voice dropped to a barely audible whisper. It demands attention, and a certain ceremony. The tavern's hum seemed to intensify, the whispers from the ancient walls growing louder, or perhaps it was just the collective tightening of their nerves. A chill, sharper than any draught, swept through their small circle. Theron's words, vague and desperate as they were, confirmed Finn's suspicions and Osric's unease. This was no ordinary bachelor party. This was an obligation, a debt, a strange, spectral burden that Theron had somehow incurred. A debt? Finn probed gently, his voice calm amidst the growing tension. Of what nature, Theron? A financial one? Or something less tangible? Theron's eyes darted around again, as if the very air might betray his secrets. Less tangible, Finn thought. Far less tangible. It involves a promise made in haste. A promise to complete an unfinished ritual. A marriage, even. And the spirit it is most particular about its desires. Gareth stared, his boisterous energy completely drained, replaced by a grim realization. A ghost marriage, then, he said, his voice flat. Osric, you old fool, you called it. He looked at Theron, a flicker of genuine concern replacing his usual amusement. You mean to tell us, Theron, that your bachelor party is actually a prelude to you marrying a ghost? Tavern wrung his hands, his face a mask of utter despair. Not exactly marrying. More like acknowledging. Placating. Enduring it no longer interferes with my actual union. It demands a symbolic gesture. A completion of vows. A peculiar kind of send-off. He finally sank onto the bench, his shoulders slumped. It won't harm me. It won't harm anyone. It just desires its due. And Blackwood Keep is the only place where the veil is thin enough, where the energies align. The tavern's walls, indeed, seem to murmur in response, a cacophony of hushed voices, dying breezes, and the creak of settling timbers. They were no longer just sounds of an old building. They were the collective intake of breath from the past, bearing witness to a tale far stranger than any drunken boast. Theron, the unassuming merchant's son, was entangled in a spectral web, and his bachelor party was merely the bait. Osric, Finn, and Gareth, each in their own way, felt the unsettling pull of the impending journey, a mixture of foreboding and a morbid, almost perverse, curiosity. The leaning pig, with its ancient whispers, had set the stage for a truth more bizarre and unnerving than any of them had dared to fully imagine. They would go to Blackwood Keep, not for merriment, but for a ghost's due, a spectral debt that promised to be paid in the most unconventional of currencies. Chapter 4. The curious toast, a heavy silence descended upon their small tilted table in the leaning pig. A silence so profound it seemed to absorb even the faint whispers that usually clung to the tavern's ancient walls. Theron, slumped and ashen, looked less like a groom about to embark on his final night of bachelorhood, and more like a condemned man awaiting the gallows. His confession, uttered in a voice barely above a whisper, hung in the air like a damp shroud. A forgotten debt. A promise made in haste, a marriage even, demanded by a spirit most particular. Gareth, whose usual state of being was one of booming jocularity, found himself utterly devoid of wit. His tankard sat untouched before him, the amber ale within seeming to reflect the dim, unsettling glow of the candle. A ghost marriage, he repeated, the words tasting like ash. You mean to tell us, Theron, that this entire elaborate charade, this jaunt to Blackwood Keep, is so you can tie the knot with a wraith? Is this what becomes of a man when he avoids the tavern for too long? He starts making promises to the unseen? There was a flicker of genuine alarm in his eyes, uncharacteristic for a man who generally scoffed at anything not immediately visible or punchable. Osric grunted, a sound that usually conveyed disdain, but now carried a hint of grudging acceptance. I knew it. Said it myself. A ghost wanting to marry you. Should have listened to my gut. It usually smells trouble before it even brews. He crossed his arms over his formidable chest, his gaze fixed on Theron with a mix of exasperation and something akin to a reluctant curiosity. What kind of debt, Theron? Did you promise your hand in matrimony to some spectral maiden in a drunken stupor? Or did you stumble into a witch's coven and swear an oath on your firstborn, or rather your first marriage? Theron flinched, pulling his satchel closer as if it contained the very proof of his folly. It was many years ago, when I was but a lad, foolish and impetuous, seeking a shortcut to fortune. My father, you see, was struggling with his mercantile ventures. I overheard whispers of a hidden trove, buried beneath the ancient oak near Blackwood Keep, guarded by a solitary spirit. A maiden wronged in love, they said. The legend claimed she would grant a wish, but at a cost. A spiritual obligation. I scoffed at it, of course, being young and full of boast. But I was desperate. I went there on a moonless night, and I spoke the words I had overheard. Words of promise. Of fealty, if my family's fortunes were restored. I swore I would acknowledge her, truly and forever, if the wish was granted. He paused, a shiver running through him that had nothing to do with the tavern's drafts. Our fortunes did turn, remarkably. Within a month, my father secured a lucrative trade route, and we prospered. I convinced myself it was coincidence. But then the dreams began. The whispers. The chill in empty rooms. Always the same presence, a longing, an expectation. Finn, ever the scholar, leaned forward, his eyes alight with a fascination that bordered on professional interest. A binding promise, a spiritual contract, sealed by a desperate wish. This is far more complex than a mere haunting, Tavern. You did not merely encounter a spirit, you made a compact. The maidens of Blackwood Keep are often spoken of in hushed tones in the older texts. A lineage of women renowned for their beauty, their passion, and their tendency towards tragically unfulfilled loves. If this spirit is one of the ancestral Blackwood brides, denied her earthly union, then your careless promise would indeed bind you. So, what's the plan? Gareth asked, cutting through Finn's scholarly musings with a blunt practicality. We go to Blackwood Keep. You stand before this spirit, and you say I do to the empty air. Is there a priest involved? Does a ghost need a dowry? This is far beyond my understanding of acceptable bachelor party activities. I prefer a good brawl and a roasted pig, not a spectral wedding. Theron wrung his hands. Not exactly I do. More of an acknowledgement. A symbolic joining of hands, perhaps. A sharing of a curious doing. It is meant to release her, to allow her spirit to finally rest, complete in its union, albeit a ghostly one. She seeks only to complete the ritual she was denied in life. And once completed, she will no longer trouble me, or my future bride Elspeth. He looked utterly miserable, as if the entire weight of the spectral realm rested on his slender shoulders. I've tried everything else. Exorcisms, blessings, even offerings of fine silks and jewelry left out at the Old Oak. Nothing worked. The dreams grew more vivid, the whispers more insistent, until this invitation, this demand for a bachelor party at the keep itself, materialized. I can only assume it is her final, desperate gambit. The idea of a bachelor party culminating in a symbolic ghost marriage was so profoundly absurd, yet so chillingly real in Theron's desperate eyes, that even Gareth found his usual bluster deserting him. They were truly caught in the undertow of Theron's dubious past, swept along by a current of the supernatural. A toast, then, Osric mused, a grim line to his lips. A toast to what? To a lifetime of shared spectral intimacy? To a ghostly wife who never complains about your snoring? His dark humor was a thin veneer over his growing unease. And how do we know this ceremony will actually work? That this spirit, once acknowledged, once decided, quite fancies the idea of a living groom, and demand the full marriage vows. Finn stroked his chin. That is the true gamble, Osric. Such entities are often unpredictable. The completion of a ritual, while perhaps bringing temporary respite, can also solidify a bond. It depends entirely on the nature of the spirit and the precise wording of the original compact. Did you, Theron, ever speak of love, of devotion, of eternal commitment? Theron's face paled further. I might have, in my desperation. I just wanted my wish granted. I would have promised anything. I was but a boy. How was I to know a spirit would hold a promise made to the wind against me for all these years? He shuddered. She is a woman of strong will, even in death. The thought of an undead, strong-willed, spurned lover was enough to make even Gareth feel a prickle of unease. He pushed his tankard forward, a sudden surge of bravado fighting with the creeping dread. Well, if a toast is what she wants, a toast she shall get. We are men, are we not? Reva faced unruly villagers, charging boars, and the wrath of an angry innkeeper. A ghost. However particular, can't be worse than my lord's eldest daughter, after a bad ride. Fill your tankards, lads. Well, give this spectral bride a send-off she won't soon forget. Or perhaps one she willing forget, once she's finally laid to rest, released from this wretched earthly attachment. He clapped his hand firmly on the table, the thud echoing unnaturally in the suddenly quiet tavern. The few remaining regulars, who had been listening with unfeigned interest to the increasingly bizarre conversation, shifted nervously, some murmuring prayers under their breath. The air seemed to grow colder, a subtle draft snaking around their ankles despite the tightly closed door. Osric, with a sigh that seemed to carry the weight of all the world's absurdities, reached for his ale. Finn, his eyes still bright with a mix of scholarly curiosity and slight apprehension, also picked up his tankard. Theron, trembling slightly, took his. To Theron, Gareth declared, his voice attempting its usual booming quality, though it lacked its customary carefree ring. To the groom, whose path to matrimony is, shall we say, uniquely convoluted. He paused, then, with a strange, defiant glint in his eye, added, and to all past attachments, living or otherwise, that may cling to a man on the eve of his wedded bliss, may they find peace, and it stay in peace, forever unentangled with the affairs of the living. May the past truly remain past, and the future be blessedly free of spectral interference. As Gareth finished, he raised his tankard high, a gesture of almost reckless abandon. Osric and Finn, though with less enthusiasm, followed suit, their tankards clinking softly against Gareth's. Theron, however, merely touched his tankard to theirs, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and a strange, haunted resignation. He took a small, shaky sip, the ale tasting like bitter ashes in his mouth. It was in that precise moment, as the last vestiges of Gareth's boisterous voice faded, and the metallic clink of their tankard settled into the heavy quiet, that a peculiar phenomenon occurred. The single candle on their table, which had burned steadily throughout the evening, suddenly guttered, its flame dancing wildly, throwing grotesque, leaping shadows across their faces. The air in the tavern, already chill, dropped several degrees, sending a visible shiver through the few remaining patrons. A faint, almost imperceptible scent wafted through the room, not of wood smoke or stale ale, but of damp earth and something sweet, like withered, forgotten lilies. Then, from the very walls of the tavern, from the ancient timbers that creaked and groaned under the weight of time, a new kind of whisper emerged. It was distinct from the general murmur of bygone conversations. This was a single sustained sigh, faint but undeniably present, like the rustle of a silk gown or the brush of cold fingers against a cheek. It seemed to coil around them, chilling them to the bone, a breath of frigid air that penetrated bone and marrow. And for a fleeting instant, just at the periphery of their vision, in the deepest shadows cast by the flickering candle, they could almost swear they saw a momentary distortion in the air, a shimmering outline, like heat haze over a summer road, but cold, intensely cold, resolving itself for a heartbeat into a vague feminine form, before dissipating into nothingness. Gareth, despite his earlier bravado, felt the hair on his arms rise. The ale suddenly tasted like vinegar. Osric's grip tightened around his tankard, his knuckles white. Finn, ever the keen observer, noted the sudden stillness of the other patrons, their eyes wide and fixed on nothing, as if they too had perceived the unseen presence. Theron, however, simply stared ahead, his face a mask of profound despair, as if he had expected this, as if, to him, it was merely the predictable, chilling confirmation of a dread he had long carried. The tavern, usually a place of boisterous refuge, had become a chamber of unseen witness. Gareth's curious toast, delivered with an unwitting mix of bravado and dismissal, had not merely acknowledged a spectral presence, it had quite plainly invoked it. The restless spirit from Theron's past, the one demanding its due, had made its chilling presence known. A subtle but undeniable confirmation that their journey to Blackwood Keep was not just a strange bachelor party, but a spectral summon. The air continued to hum with an unnerving energy, a quiet, expectant thrum that vibrated deep within their chests. The true preparations for Theron's bizarre bachelor party had begun, and the guest of honor, it seemed, had already arrived. Chapter 5. The vanishing bride. The faint, almost imperceptible scent of withered lilies lingered in the air of the Leaning Pig, a perfume of forgotten grief that clung to the ancient timbers long after the shimmering outline had dissipated into nothingness. The single candle on their table, though no longer flickering quite so wildly, seemed to cast shadows that writhed with unseen malice, distorting the familiar faces of Osric, Finn, and Gareth into grimacing masks. Theron, however, remained frozen, his eyes wide and hollow, as if he alone saw the lingering echo of the unseen guest. The shared experience of the strange cold, the sudden guttering of the flame, and the distinct single sigh that had coiled around them like a spectral embrace, had stripped away any lingering doubts. This was no mere draught, no trick of the light, and certainly no drunken illusion. Gareth's unwitting toast had indeed struck a chord with the unseen, a discordant note in the symphony of the living. Gareth, whose boisterous energy usually rebounded with the tenacity of a runaway donkey, found himself unusually subdued. He slowly lowered his tankard, the ale tasting flat and somehow tainted. "Well," he mumbled, his voice uncharacteristically quiet. That was a curious response to a toast, not quite the rousing cheers I usually elicit. "Perhaps she's not a fan of ale, or perhaps," he added, a nervous tremor entering his voice, "she's simply more of a listener." He tried for a laugh, but it emerged as a strangled cough. The silence that followed was heavier than any hammer Osric had ever wielded. Osric pushed his tankard away, his grim expression deepening. "She? So it is a she, then. And she heard you, didn't she? Your grand declaration about past attachments staying past." His gaze flickered to Theron, whose pallor had deepened to an almost ghostly white. "Theron, what have you truly brought upon us? This isn't some tavern jape. This is new. A chill that settles in your bones and whispers of things better left undisturbed." Finn, ever the scholar, nodded slowly, his eyes still bright with a peculiar blend of terror and intellectual stimulation. "The lingering essence, Osric. A trace, a signature. When such entities are invoked, even accidentally, they often leave a faint impression, like a lingering scent or a sudden drop in temperature. It confirms what Theron described. This spirit, this ancestral bride, is very much aware of his intentions, and of your toast, Gareth. It seems she took your words quite literally." Theron finally stirred, a low moan escaping his lips. "She heard," he whispered, his voice hoarse with despair. "She always hears. She's been closer than ever these past few nights, like a shadow at my heels. I felt her presence even before Gareth's toast, a cold breath on my neck whenever I thought of Elspeth, whenever I thought of the wedding." He clutched his satchel tighter, his knuckles white. "She doesn't want to be released. She wants to be acknowledged. Fully. Permanently." The implication hung in the air, thick and suffocating. A symbolic ghost marriage was one thing. A vengeful spirit demanding actual, permanent union was quite another. The silence was abruptly shattered by a clamor from the tavern door. It burst open, not with Gareth's customary force, but with a frantic, desperate shove. A young stable boy, usually a picture of sullen indifference, stumbled into the common room, his face contorted with genuine terror, his eyes wide as saucers. He was panting, his hair plastered to his sweating brow, and he clutched a dirty cap to his chest as if it were a shield against an unseen horror. "Master Theron," he gasped, his voice thin and reedy, cutting through the heavy air of the tavern. "Master Theron, the Miller's family, they're in an uproar. A terrible thing, Master Theron." Theron flinched, his head snapping up, a flicker of something akin to premonition in his already haunted eyes. "What is it, boy? Speak plainly. What terrible thing?" "It's the Lady Elspeth," the boy blurted out, tears welling in his eyes. "She's gone. Vanished. From her very bed. The window was open, and the family says they heard a weeping sound, like the wind, but not the wind, Master Theron, and a faint, sweet smell, like flowers, but withered. And the bedclothes, they were cold. Cold as death, they said. She's gone, Master Theron. They fear she was taken." The words, though fragmented and delivered with the melodrama of a frightened youth, struck them with the force of a physical blow. Gareth's ale-induced haze vanished instantly, replaced by a cold dread. Osric's jaw tightened, his gaze hardening into a fierce scowl. Finn, ever the one to connect the disparate pieces, felt a sickening lurch in his gut as the pieces clicked into place with horrifying precision. Withered flowers, a weeping sound like the wind, a cold touch. Elspeth, the miller's daughter, plain but practical, sensible Elspeth had vanished, and the timing so cruelly precise after Gareth's unwitting invocation, after Theron's despairing confession. "Taken?" Gareth roared, his booming voice finally returning, but now laced with genuine fury. "Taken by whom? What bandits dare to operate so close to the village? We'll track them down. We'll tear them limb from limb." He rose from the table, his hand instinctively going to the hilt of his imagined sword, his mind still grappling with mundane explanations. "No, Master Gareth," the boy stammered, shaking his head frantically. "Not bandits." There were no signs of forced entry, save for the open window, high up, too high for a man to climb without a ladder. And her chambermaid, she swore she saw. She saw a flicker of white like a wedding dress, padding into the darkness by the old path leading towards the moors, towards Blackwood Keep. The last words hung in the air, a bell tolling a dire prophecy. Blackwood Keep, the very destination of their bachelor party, the rumored lair of the restless spirit, the site of Theron's ancient, foolish promise. The pieces fell into a horrifying pattern, a design woven not by human hands, but by something ancient, something unquiet, something that had been listening, planning, waiting. Theron let out a choked cry, his satchel falling from his grasp with a dull thud. He buried his face in his hands, his shoulders shaking. "No," he whispered, a sound of utter defeat. "No, this was not meant to happen. She was not meant to be harmed. She only wants me, not to take others." Osric slammed his fist on the table, the candle jumping in protest. "So? The spirit wants more than a symbolic gesture, does it, Theron? It wants to ensure its claim is unchallenged. It wants to remove the competition. This is not some gentle placation of an unhappy ghost, lad. This is an abduction, a declaration of war against the living waged by the dead." Finn, pale but resolute, finally spoke, his voice measured despite the rising panic in the tavern. The other patrons, alerted by the commotion, were now gathered, murmuring amongst themselves, their faces etched with a mixture of fear and morbid fascination. The texts speak of this. When a spirit is denied its earthly union, and a binding promise is made, it can indeed escalate its demands. If it truly is one of the ancestral Blackwood brides, then her desire for a complete, unchallenged union would be paramount. She has laid claim to Theron, and she has removed any rival. His gaze was steady, piercing through Theron's despair. "Theron, did you ever In your desperation, make a promise that encompassed more than just your own acknowledgement. Did you, for instance, ever speak of the removal of obstacles, of clearing the path for her return? Tavern lifted his tear-streaked face, his eyes full of anguish. I don't remember. I was a child. I spoke words I barely understood, words I heard whispered in an old book or from some village elder. I just wanted the curse lifted, for my father's trade to prosper. I promised to honor her, to acknowledge her love forever, if she would grant my wish. I swore I would belong to her, not to another. But I thought it was metaphorical. A foolish oath to the wind, a foolish oath to the wind. Indeed, Finn murmured gravely, but spirits there, and particularly those denied their earthly desires, have a very literal interpretation of vows. If you swore you would belong to Gere and not another, then she has simply ensured that vanity is no longer an option. Gareth, who had been listening with growing horror, finally sank back onto the bench, his bravado utterly deflated. So our bachelor party has become a rescue mission, he muttered, looking utterly bewildered, or worse, a confrontation with a jealous ghost who has taken the groom's actual bride hostage. He ran a hand through his hair. I prefer charging boars. At least they're corporeal. The mood in the leaning pig, already heavy with spectral whispers, now shifted into outright alarm. The low hum of the tavern walls seemed to take on a more sinister quality. A collective gasp of horror from the unseen past. The miller's family, a grim procession led by Elspeth's distraught father, now arrived at the tavern door, their faces pale and their voices loud with lamentations and frantic questions. They had come directly to Tavern, for he was the last person to have seen Elspeth, and he was the nexus of this unfolding tragedy. The village elders, drawn by the commotion, began to gather, their faces a mixture of concern and superstitious dread. The story of Theron's cursed past, once mere gossip, now took on a terrifying new weight. The group, Theron's unwitting retinue, realized with a cold certainty that their journey to Blackwood Keep was no longer a matter of choice or a peculiar diversion. It had become an urgent, desperate necessity. Elspeth was gone, snatched by an unseen hand. A chilling testament to the jealous, possessive nature of Theron's spectral debt. The playful dark humor that had accompanied their initial musings about a ghost marriage now felt grimly ironic, almost prophetic. The stage for the bachelor party was indeed set, but the guest of honor, it seemed, had decided to bring a wedding gift of her own, the vanishing of her living rival, thereby ensuring the groom had no other choice but to acknowledge his spectral bride. The path to Blackwood Keep, once a matter of morbid curiosity, was now illuminated by the harsh, unforgiving light of a very real and very dangerous supernatural crisis. The wind outside seemed to wail Elspeth's name, carrying it on the currents that swept towards the desolate moors. Their quiet, boring lives had taken a very sharp, very unexpected turn into the truly extraordinary, and they were, each in their own way, utterly unprepared. Chapter 6. The ghostly bargain, the air in the leaning pig, already thick with the scent of stale ale, and the chilling perfume of withered lilies, now crackled with a palpable tension. The stable boys' frantic pronouncements hung heavy, each word a stone dropped into the already murky waters of their predicament. Elspeth, the miller's daughter, the bride-to-be, was gone, vanished into the moonless night, leaving behind only the cold imprint of her absence and the terrifying implication that she had been taken by the very entity Theron sought to placate. The immediate aftermath was a cacophony of fear and accusation. The miller, a man usually stoic and grounded in the practicalities of flour and grain, rushed in, his face a mask of distraught fury. His wife followed, wailing, her laments weaving through the murmurs of the villagers who had spilled into the tavern, drawn by the unsettling news. Fingers pointed at Tavern, whispers of his family's unfortunate past, and cursed luck, turning into outright accusations of dark dealings. "You!" the miller roared, seizing Theron by the shoulders, his grip surprisingly strong. "You have brought this upon my daughter. Your ill fortune, your strange history. What foul enchantment have you stirred that would snatch an innocent girl from her bed? You speak of promises and debts. What demon have you bound yourself to, merchant boy, that now demands my Elspeth as its due?" Theron, already on the brink of collapse, could only whimper, his head hanging low. I didn't mean for this. I swear." Gareth, surprisingly, stepped forward, placing a hand firmly on the miller's shoulder. "Peace, Master Miller. This is not the time for accusations. Theron is as distraught as you are. We need answers, and we need to act. Whatever has happened, it is connected to this peculiar situation he finds himself in." His eyes, usually alight with good humor, were grim. He looked at Theron, a silent challenge in his gaze. "Theron, the full truth. Now dots. No more riddles. What exactly was this pact? This bargain? What did you promise, and to whom, that it could lead to such a monstrous act?" The noise in the tavern quieted, everyone sensing the gravity of the moment, the shift from frantic speculation to a demand for unvarnished truth. All eyes were on Theron, a desperate, broken man trapped between the earthly wrath of a father and the ethereal demands of an unseen entity. Theron finally lifted his head, his face a roadmap of despair, his eyes wide and vacant as if he stared into the very abyss of his past folly. It was not meant to be like this," he rasped, his voice barely audible above the collective intake of breath. He looked at Finn, then at Osric, as if seeking some shred of understanding. "I was but a boy, foolish, impetuous. My father's ventures were failing. We were on the brink of ruin. I overheard tales, not from a book, Finn, but from an old charcoal burner, a man who lived on the edge of the moors, who spoke of Blackwood Keep and its secrets with a glint in his eye. He spoke of a certain spirit, a lady of the keep, cruelly abandoned on her wedding eve, who sought a groom, a proper union, even in death, to find her rest. He said she could grant wishes, but demanded a true husband in return. A husband bound not just in life, but in the afterlife. A union for eternity." He shuddered, pulling at his tunic as if it suddenly choked him. "I was desperate. I was perhaps a little light-headed from hunger, or from the crude ale the charcoal burner had offered, or simply drunk on youthful folly. I went to the ancient oak near the keep, alone, on a moonless night, as he described. I spoke the words he had told me, words of ancient vow and promise. I swore that if our family fortunes were restored, I would take her as my bride, and that my spirit, upon my death, would forever belong to her. I swore I would never truly marry another, for my heart, my soul, my very being, would be hers in the unending hereafter. I believed it was symbolic, a poetic gesture, a drunken oath, easily forgotten, dismissed by the light of day, a childish whim, a desperate prayer to the unknown. A collective gasp rippled through the tavern. The miller stumbled back, his face white with horror. Gareth looked utterly aghast, his mouth agape. Osric cursed under his breath, a low goo sound of disbelief and frustration. Finn, however, merely nodded slowly, a grim, knowing look on his face. This was precisely the kind of pact, foolishly made and devastatingly precise in its unforeseen consequences, that ancient texts often warned against. "So, you offered your soul," Osric stated flatly, the words stripped of all pretense. "Your very afterlife, for a bit of coin?" There was no judgment in his voice, only a profound, weary resignation. I was a child," Theron cried, tears finally streaming down his face. "I didn't understand the true weight of it. I thought it was a fanciful tale, a superstitious charm." But the fortunes returned. Within weeks, my father's trade prospered beyond his wildest dreams. And the dreams started. The whispers, the cold, a constant possessive presence. She was waiting. And now, with Elspeth, with a diary marriage imminent, she has acted. She believes I am breaking my vow. She believes Elspeth is an interloper, a rival for the eternal union she was promised. Finn leaned forward, his voice measured. So the bachelor party at Blackwood Keep was not merely a peculiar diversion, Theron, but a direct summons. She has demanded the fulfillment of your oath. This symbolic gesture you spoke of. It is her way of claiming you, ensuring the marriage before your living union can proceed. And by taking Elspeth, she has removed the final obstacle to her complete possession of you in both this life and the next. Precisely, Theron choked out, nodding frantically. She wants me to acknowledge her fully, to complete the vows of spiritual union. And she has demonstrated her power. She will not stop until she has what she considers hers. Elspeth. Elspeth is merely a pawn in her game, a demonstration of her resolve. She wants me to publicly, ritually, acknowledge my prior, binding commitment to Yughair before I can take any other bride. And the implication, I fear, is that once I do so, the bargain will be complete, and my soul will be hers for all eternity upon my earthly demise. Gareth ran a hand through his hair, his earlier bravado completely shattered. An eternal bride. By the saints, Theron, you've gone and damned yourself, and dragged us along for the ride. We thought it was a mere drunken jest, a bit of fun at the keep. Now it's a matter of souls and spectral abduction. He looked at the frantic Miller. Master Miller, we will go to Blackwood Keep. We have to. For Elspeth's sake, and for Theron's very soul, it seems. The Miller, despite his fear and grief, saw the desperate resolve in Gareth's eyes, and the sheer terror in Theron's. He knew, deep down, that this was no ordinary abduction. Blackwood Keep, he murmured, a shudder running through him. The place of sorrow and curses. But if my daughter is there, if there is any hope, the tavern, once a haven of raucous cheer, had transformed into a somber council chamber. The whispers in the walls no longer seemed benign. They felt like the hungry sighs of the spectral bride, impatient for her groom. The single candle on their table, having witnessed the unraveling of Theron's tragic secret, now burned with an eerily steady flame, casting long, unmoving shadows that seemed to stretch into eternity. The weight of Theron's foolish, long-forgotten drunken pact settled upon them all. A chilling reminder of how casually a moment of youthful desperation could twist into a lifelong, even after lifelong, spiritual entanglement. The goal of their journey to Blackwood Keep had shifted from a peculiar bachelor party to a desperate attempt to rescue a kidnapped bride, and perhaps, more terrifyingly, to sever an unbreakable, otherworldly bond. They were not merely going to a party. They were going to confront a jealous, powerful spirit intent on claiming its groom, and the fate of Elspeth, and possibly Theron's very soul, now hinged on their courage and cunning. The road to Blackwood Keep stretched before them, a path shrouded in ancient dread, and the terrifying certainty of an impending, truly unholy union. Chapter 7. The Candlelit Vigil. The journey from the unsettling confines of the Leaning Pig to the desolate moors that cradled Blackwood Keep was undertaken not under the festive cloak of a bachelor party, but in the grim silence of men marching towards an uncertain confrontation. The news of Elspeth's disappearance had swept through the village like a cold wind, turning nervous whispers into frantic cries, and the peculiar invitation to Blackwood keep into an undeniable summons to a place of dread. The miller, his face a mask of profound grief and a newly forged resolve, insisted on accompanying them, his presence a constant, heartbreaking reminder of the stakes involved. Other villagers, overcome by a mix of fear and morbid curiosity, offered candles, prayers, and dire warnings, but none dared join the small, unlikely procession. The path to Blackwood Keep was less a road and more a suggestion of passage, winding through increasingly wild and untamed moorland. The air grew colder with every step, shedding the lingering scent of village hearths for the damp, earthy aroma of peat and ancient stone. The moon, a mere sliver, offered little light, forcing them to rely on a single sputtering lantern carried by Gareth, whose booming laugh had been replaced by a grim, determined silence. Osric walked beside him, his heavy boots crunching on the frozen ground, his mind undoubtedly tallying the potential structural weaknesses of an ancient cursed castle. Finn, ever the scholar, trudged along at the rear. Occasionally consulting the small leather-bound volume, he now clutched like a holy relic, muttering excerpts about spectral brides and binding oaths under his breath. Tavern, however, was a ghost himself, shambling between Osric and Finn. His shoulders slumped, his eyes fixed on some unseen point of despair, his satchel, now empty of his ill-fated offering, dragging uselessly at his side. As they drew nearer, Blackwood Keep emerged from the swirling mists of the moor like a skeletal hand reaching towards the bruised sky. It was a ruin, even by medieval standards, its battlements crumbling, its towers toothless against the elements. Windows, like vacant eyes, stared out from gaping holes in the stone, and the wind, a mournful lament, whistled through the shattered arches. There was no grand gate, only a leaning, splintered door that hung precariously on a single rusted hinge, like a broken jaw. The very air around the keep felt heavy, thick with silence and an unseen presence that pressed down on their chests, stealing their breath. The miller stumbled, clutching his heart. This place has always been ill-omened. No good ever came from Blackwood. They say the stones themselves whisper the names of the lost. Gareth pushed open the decaying door with a shove, sending a shower of dust and a chorus of creaks into the night. Inside, the darkness was absolute, heavy and palpable, smelling of damp earth, decay, and a faint, sweet yet sickly perfume, like overblown roses left to rot. The air within the keep was colder than the moor outside, an unnatural chill that seemed to emanate from the very stone. "Finn," Osric grunted, his voice echoing eerily in the vast unseen chamber. "Your scholarly pursuits. Any suggestions on how to deal with an overly possessive, soul-claiming, bride-snatching ghost in an abandoned castle?" Finn surprisingly did not flinch. His eyes, accustomed to the dim light of the scriptorium, began to adapt, searching the oppressive gloom. "The texts speak of certain rituals, Osric. Rites of appeasement, not necessarily for banishment, but for clarity. To encourage the spirit to reveal its true desires, or to clarify the terms of a broken pact. We need light, and a focal point. A vigil." They found a relatively intact section of the great hall, sheltered somewhat from the biting wind that howled through the broken windows. It was a vast, cavernous space, its ceiling long gone in parts, revealing patches of the inky sky, but a section near a crumbling fireplace offered a semblance of shelter. Gareth, with his innate pragmatism, managed to clear away some fallen debris, while Osric, surprisingly, found a few broken but still usable pieces of timber that could serve as makeshift seats. Tavern sat huddled against a cold stone wall, shivering, his face buried in his hands. The miller stood rigid, his gaze fixed on nothing, consumed by his private agony. Finn produced a small pouch from beneath his cloak, from which he carefully extracted several beeswax candles, thinner and purer than those sold in the village, along with a flint and steel. "These are blessed," Or at least consecrated from the monastery's own stores, he explained, his voice low. They are meant to ward off lesser shadows, and sometimes to illuminate the unseen. We must light them, and watch, and wait. He set 3 candles on a relatively flat moss-covered stone in the center of their small cleared space. With a practiced hand he struck the flint, a shower of sparks briefly illuminating the grime and cobwebs that coated the hall. The first wick caught, then the second, then the third, sending 3 small defiant flames dancing against the oppressive darkness. The light, though meager, pushed back the immediate gloom, casting their faces in an eerie, flickering glow, making them appear gaunt and otherworldly. As the candles settled into a steady burn, a subtle change occurred. The unnatural cold seemed to intensify around them, a chilling halo in the vastness of the keep. The air, though still, felt strangely heavy, as if pressurized. And the silence, once merely the absence of sound, now felt pregnant with expectation, a stillness that hummed with a hidden energy. The miller, who had been muttering to himself, suddenly gasped, pointing a trembling finger at the air just beyond the candlelit circle. Did you see that? A flicker, like a wisp of smoke, but not smoke. Gareth squinted, his eyes straining against the gloom. Just shadows, Master Miller. The candles are playing tricks. But even as he said it, he felt a prickle on the back of his neck, a sensation he usually associated with being watched. Osric, whose eyesight was as keen as his forge-hardened senses, grunted. Not just shadows. The air, it moves differently out there. Like a breeze, but there's no open window on that side. Finn, however, was staring intently at the candle flames themselves. They were not burning steadily. Each flame, though small, had begun to waver erratically, dancing and elongating as if pulled by an invisible current. But it was not a unified current. Each flame seemed to react independently, almost as if they were responding to unseen whispers or gestures. One flame would suddenly leap tall, then shrink, while another would lean sharply to one side, only to snap upright. And the shadows they cast were no longer static. They seemed to writhe and stretch, elongating into impossibly thin, spectral fingers that crawled across the crumbling walls. Then the subtle changes began to intensify. A faint, almost musical sigh, like wind chimes made of frost, drifted through the hall. It was too delicate to be the wind, too deliberate to be a mere creak of the old building. It was a sound that seemed to emanate from everywhere and nowhere, coiling around them, tickling their ears with its ghostly presence. And with the sigh came the scent, now stronger. Unmistakably that of withered lilies, potent and cloying, reminiscent of a forgotten funeral wreath. Tavern, who had been silent, let out a choked sob. "She's here," he whispered, his voice trembling. "She's listening. She smells the lilies. They were her favorite. I should have known." "What do you mean, knew?" Gareth demanded, his voice hushed, the bravado completely gone. "Knew what, Tavern? That your ghostly bride has a penchant for floral perfumes?" "The charcoal burner," Tavern mumbled, his face still buried in his hands. He spoke of her. Lady Isolde. She was to be married generations ago to a lord from the north. But he never arrived. Dead on the road. They say she waited for him in her wedding gown, here in the great hall, until she wasted away from grief, clutching a bouquet of lilies. Her spirit has been bound to this keep ever since, waiting for a groom, for the union she was denied. As Theron spoke, the central candle flame elongated dramatically, its light dimming for a moment as if struggling against an invisible pressure, before flaring up, casting a sudden, sharp shadow that resembled a tall, slender woman, her arm outstretched, reaching towards Theron. The shadow, impossibly long and thin, seemed to ripple and shimmer, like heat haze or a veil fluttering in a phantom breeze. It lingered for a heartbeat, then contracted and dissipated as the flame returned to its erratic dance. The miller cried out, a sound of primal fear. Gareth scrambled back, knocking over a loose stone, the noise echoing too loudly in the strained silence. Osric gripped the hilt of his belt knife, his knuckles white, his eyes scanning the darkness beyond the flickering light. "This is not merely listening," Finn stated, his voice tight, his scholarly calm cracking under the undeniable presence. "This is engagement. She is responding. The candles, they are revealing her intention. They're reflecting her agitated state. She is not pleased, Tavern, that you are here seeking to merely appease her, while another bride is at stake. She is asserting her claim." Indeed. The air grew so intensely cold that their breaths plumed in the frigid space, little clouds of vapor in the stagnant air. A distinct, rhythmic tap, 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 tap began to echo from the far end of the hall. A sound like bare feet on cold stone, slow and deliberate, drawing closer. It was faint at first, then grew steadily louder, a chilling cadence in the oppressive silence. And with each gay tap, the candle flames would lurch and flicker violently, as if recoiling from an unseen approach. "What is that?" Gareth whispered, his voice thin with terror. Is she walking?" Osric, surprisingly, was the one to answer, his voice a low, grim rumble. "Sounds like it. And the chill it follows the sound." He pointed towards a dark archway across the hall, from which the tapping seemed to originate. "She's coming closer. This vigil, it's working. It's drawing her in." Suddenly, the 3 candles simultaneously dipped, their flames shrinking to pinpricks of light, plunging the hall into near darkness. In that fleeting moment of profound gloom, a new sound became audible, a delicate, almost ethereal rustling, like the whisper of silk or the gentle dragging of a long train across an uneven floor. It was accompanied by an undeniable shiver of pure soul-deep cold that permeated their very bones, and a wave of the sickly sweet lily scent that made them gag. Then, with a collective gasp, the candles flared back to life, burning with an unnatural intensity, their light too bright, too stark. And there, standing in the archway where the tapping had originated, was a figure. It was indistinct, a shimmering, translucent form, like smoke shaped into human semblance, but undeniably feminine. It wore what appeared to be a wedding gown, white and flowing, yet somehow ancient and tattered, its fabric seeming to flow like mist, perpetually in motion. A faint, almost luminous aura emanated from it, cold and disquieting. It was tall, impossibly slender, and its presence filled the cavernous hall with an overwhelming sense of grief, longing, and a terrifying, unyielding resolve. Its head was bowed, and its form wavered slightly, as if seen through rising heat or through tears. The tapping sound had ceased. The rustling had stopped. Only the intense cold remained, along with the overpowering scent of lilies and the terrifying, silent presence of the spectral bride. She did not move, but merely stood, a silent accusation, a terrifying promise. She was here, in response to their vigil, drawn by the desperate groom and the unwitting toast, and the flickering candles, in their unsettling dance, revealed not only her presence but the terrifying certainty that she was not merely restless, but actively, possessively, and undeniably present. The true nature of Theron's ghostly bargain was no longer a matter for hushed confessions. It was a chilling, undeniable reality standing before them, casting its ethereal shadow over their very souls. Their vigil had succeeded, perhaps too well, in invoking the very entity they sought to understand or to appease. And now they were truly, irrevocably within her domain. Chapter 8. The midnight procession, the translucent figure of Lady Isolde, the spectral bride, shimmered in the archway of Blackwood Keep's great hall, a vision of ethereal beauty and profound sorrow, yet radiating a terrifying, possessive will. Her presence was a suffocating weight, pressing down on the very air, stealing the breath from their lungs. The pervasive scent of withered lilies, now stronger than ever, was cloying, like death trying to mask itself with faded sweetness. Her head remained bowed, but her posture, that of a bride awaiting her groom, was one of unyielding expectation. She did not speak, but her silence was more potent than any shout, a demanding void that pulled at Theron's very soul. Theron, who had been huddled against the cold stone, let out a choked sound, a strangled whimper of utter despair. His eyes, fixed on the shimmering form, seemed to see beyond its ethereal veil into the consuming void of his own terrible bargain. He swayed, as if caught in an unseen current, drawn irrevocably towards the archway. Gareth, whose boisterous courage was now but a distant memory, stood frozen, his hand still on the hilt of his belt knife, though he knew it would be as useless against this foe as a toothpick against a charging boar. The chill emanating from the spirit was bone deep, reaching past skin and muscle to freeze the very marrow. "By the saints," he whispered, his voice thin and ready, devoid of its usual power. "Chasse is real, and she means to claim him." Osric, ever the pragmatist, assessed the situation with a blacksmith's grim focus. A ghost. A real demanding ghost. No amount of sharpened steel would cleave this ethereal threat. He watched Theron, whose body seemed to be leaning imperceptibly towards the archway, like a ship caught in a strong tide. "Hold, Theron," he rumbled, his voice a desperate attempt to cut through the oppressive atmosphere. "Don't go to her." Finn, however, was already consulting his ancient text, his fingers tracing lines in the flickering candlelight. His eyes darted between the ethereal bride and the cryptic script. "This is a manifestation of intent, Theron," he whispered urgently, ignoring Osric's warning. "She is not merely present, she is enacting the terms of your pact. This posture, this silence, it is the formal summons. She awaits your acknowledgement, your acceptance of the final binding." His scholarly interest, though tinged with mortal dread, could not be entirely suppressed. The miller, oblivious to the nuances of spectral etiquette, could only stare at the archway, his face a mask of primal terror. His daughter, Elspeth, was in this cursed place, perhaps held by this very entity. His grief and fear were a raw wound in the otherwise supernatural tableau. And then, as if the silence within the keep had reached its breaking point, a new sound began to filter in from outside. It was faint at first, carried on the mournful moans of the moor wind, a sound so eerily out of place it felt like a dream, or a particularly vivid nightmare. It was music, not the lively, boisterous tunes of a village fair, nor the solemn, earthy dirges of a funeral, but something in between. A high, reedy lament, like the sorrowful wail of pipes played by unseen hands, accompanied by the faint, almost ghostly plucking of a lute. It was a wedding march, undeniably, yet twisted, rendered desolate and melancholic, as if played by instruments long buried. The sound grew steadily, inexorably, drawing closer to the shattered walls of Blackwood Keep. And with it, another sensation. The air outside, already cold, seemed to drop further, a palpable wave of icy stillness washing over the keep. The faint scent of withered lilies, already strong within the hall, intensified dramatically, as if 1,000 phantom bouquets had suddenly blossomed in the night. "What is that?" Gareth breathed, his eyes wide with a new horror. "More of them? By the heavens, is the entire spectral court invited to this wretched wedding?" Osric strode to one of the gaping broken windows, peering out into the moonless night, his breath plumed in the frigid air. What he saw sent a shiver of dread colder than any ghost down his spine. Emerging from the swirling mists of the moor, moving with an impossible gliding grace, was a procession. It was faint, shimmering at the edges like distorted moonlight, but undeniably present. Figures in white, translucent and indistinct, moved in a slow, stately procession. There were perhaps a dozen of them, some carrying what looked like faint, flickering lanterns that cast no light, only an internal cold glow. Others seemed to carry phantom instruments, from which the mournful, eerie music emanated. And at the head of the procession, two figures, taller than the rest, seemed to carry something or someone shrouded in white. "A procession," Osric muttered, his voice grim. "A wedding procession. They've come for him." The ethereal music swelled, the reedy pipes reaching a crescendo of haunting beauty that resonated deep within their chests. The spectral figures, now clearly visible through the broken windows, moved towards the main entrance of the keep, their forms wavering like reflections on disturbed water. They were not walking, but floating, gliding just above the desolate ground, their feet never touching the earth. And as they approached the broken door, the shadowy figures seemed to stretch forth faint, skeletal hands, beckoning Theron to join their ranks. Theron, who had been staring at the spectral bride in the archway, suddenly whimpered, a sound of utter resignation. He took a hesitant step forward, then another, his feet dragging as if pulled by an invisible tether. The spectral bride in the archway seemed to shimmer brighter, her veiled head lifting slightly, as if in silent anticipation. "Theron, no," Gareth roared, snapping out of his terror-induced stupor. He lunged forward, grabbing Theron by the arm, his grip like iron. "Don't be a fool. This is a trap. She wants your soul, not just a symbolic dance." But Theron's eyes were distant, unfocused, fixed on something beyond their mortal sight. "She calls to me," he whispered, his voice ethereal, almost detached. "The music, it is for me. I must go. I must complete it." He struggled against Gareth's grip, his strength, though usually meager, surprisingly insistent. Finn, meanwhile, had finally found the passage he sought in his book, his finger trembling as he read. "This is it. The midnight procession. It is the formal escort for the groom, Theron, to the union. If you join it, if you step outside to meet them, you are irrevocably bound. The texts say it completes the first phase of the otherworldly vows. It confirms your acceptance of her claim." He looked up, his face pale with dread. "We cannot let him go. Not yet. We need to find Elspeth first. She is the key. If she is still alive, if we can rescue her, we might yet sever the spectral tie before it is too late." The miller, his voice raw with anguish, lunged at Theron from the other side, seizing his arm. "My daughter, you will not abandon her for some damned spirit. She's here, I know it. You brought her here, you will help us find her." The combined efforts of Gareth and the miller held Theron back, but his body continued to strain towards the door, towards the beckoning procession. The mournful music outside swelled to a deafening crescendo, a symphony of unseen instruments and unearthly voices. Through the broken archway of the main entrance, they could now see the procession clearly. A line of shimmering, translucent figures, their forms like frozen smoke, drifting slowly towards the keep. At their head, the two shrouded figures now seemed to be carrying a spectral litter, and upon it a vague form, too indistinct to make out, but undeniably human in shape. "Elspeth," the miller cried, his voice breaking, convinced he saw his daughter among the spectral entourage. A ghostly hostage. The spectral bride in the archway of the great hall, Lady Isolde, suddenly raised her head. Her face, though still indistinct, seemed to focus, and for a fleeting instant they felt a gaze, cold and intensely mournful, yet possessively triumphant. "Fix upon Theron." A silent command emanated from her, an irresistible pull towards the waiting procession. Osric, with a grim determination, stepped between Theron and the open doorway, blocking his path. "Not while I still draw breath, lad," he grunted, positioning his formidable bulk. "No son of a merchant I know is walking willingly into the arms of a ghost bride, while his living betrothed is held captive. If she wants you, she'll have to go through me." And he made of sterner stuff than a few ill-fated promises. His defiance, though perhaps foolish, seemed to momentarily steel Theron, who blinked and looked at Osric with a fleeting flicker of something akin to recognition. Outside, the spectral music reached its peak, a cacophony of otherworldly wails and ethereal harmonies. The ghostly procession had reached the very threshold of the keep, their shimmering forms filling the entrance archway, their phantom hands extending further, beckoning Theron into their chilling embrace. The air inside the keep pulsed with the spectral presence, a pressure that pushed them back, making their ears ache. The scent of lilies was now so overwhelming it burned their nostrils. It was clear. The spectral bride through her midnight procession was no longer waiting. She was demanding, and she would not be denied. Their bizarre bachelor party had fully transformed into a desperate standoff, with Theron's soul and Elspeth's life hanging precariously in the balance. The path to the altar was indeed paved with good intentions, or rather with forgotten, drunken vows, and it led directly into the cold embrace of the dead. Chapter 9. The hollow ring, the oppressive silence within Blackwood Keep was a tangible thing, a heavy shroud woven from ancient sorrow, and the chilling presence of Lady Isolde. She stood in the archway, a shimmering, translucent form in a spectral wedding gown, her veiled head now lifted, her gaze, unseen yet profoundly felt, fixed upon Theron. Outside, the mournful ethereal wedding march swelled to an unbearable crescendo, the wail of unseen pipes and the ghostly plucking of lutes filling the cavernous hall with a symphony of dread. The air vibrated with the unseen pressure of the spectral procession, a line of shimmering mist-like figures at the keep's threshold, their phantom hands extending, beckoning Theron towards his otherworldly fate. Theron, a man whose constitution was better suited to balancing ledgers than defying phantoms, was caught in an invisible, powerful current. His eyes were wide and unfocused, fixed on the shimmering figure of Lady Isolde, or perhaps on something beyond her in the spectral procession waiting outside. He strained against the combined efforts of Gareth and the miller, his body trembling, a low, desperate moan escaping his lips. "She calls to me," he rasped, his voice thin and hollow. "The music, it is for me. I must go. I must complete it." His struggle was no longer merely physical. It was the frantic dance of a soul caught between two worlds, pulled by an ancient binding oath. Gareth, despite the bone-deep chill and the unsettling spectacle, maintained his grip on Theron's arm, his knuckles white. "Theron, you blithering idiot! Fight it! She wants your soul, not a dance partner for eternity." He braced his feet, his muscles straining against Theron's surprisingly insistent pull. The sheer absurdity of wrestling a grown man away from a ghostly wedding procession was not lost on him, even the throes of terror, but the immediate threat to Elspeth, and now to Theron's very essence, overrode all other considerations. The miller, his face a mask of anguish, had seized Theron's other arm. "My daughter, you will not abandon her. You brought this curse upon her. You will help us save her." His voice was raw, choked with despair and a father's desperate love. He pulled with a strength born of pure desperation, trying to yank Theron back from the spectral precipice. Osric, standing between Theron and the beckoning archway, a formidable bulwark of muscle and grim resolve, blocked the direct path to the ghostly procession. He watched Theron's eyes, seeing the fatalistic resignation that threatened to consume him. "Hold fast, lad," he grunted, his voice a low rumble. "Just playing on your fear. You swore a foolish oath, not your damn soul." His own senses, honed by years of working with raw iron and fire, felt the crushing weight of the spectral presence, a cold that seeped into his bones and made his teeth ache. The air itself seemed to throb with an unseen energy, a relentless pressure pushing them towards the keep's entrance. Finn, his attention divided between the frantic struggle and the rapidly unfolding pronouncements in his ancient text, was almost oblivious to the physical fray. "This is the moment of choice, Theron," he cried, his voice strained. "The procession beckons the groom to join. If he steps out, the bond becomes irrevocable. The texts speak of a formal exchange, a token of acceptance before the final vows are consecrated." His finger traced a line of arcane script, his eyes wide with a mixture of terror and scholarly awe. "A ring. It often involves a ring, a token of endless binding." As if in direct response to Finn's whispered revelation, a sudden blinding flash of cold light erupted from Theron's right hand, which had been stretched involuntarily towards the archway, palm up, as if awaiting a benediction. The light was brief, sharp, and unnaturally cold, like moonlight solidified. It dissipated almost instantly, leaving behind not emptiness, but a distinct, palpable object. There, resting in Theron's open palm, was a ring. It was not of gold or silver, nor of any metal known to mortal smithing. Its substance appeared to be crafted from pure, solidified mist, or perhaps from shadow-given form. It shimmered faintly, a dark, almost charcoal gray, yet it possessed a strange internal luminescence, like moonlight trapped within a winter's fog. It had no discernible facets, no precious stones, just a smooth, chilling band, perfectly round, yet somehow conveying an unsettling sense of emptiness. A hollow ring. It radiated an intense, soul-seeping cold that made Theron's hand visibly tremble, and a thin wisp of vapor curled from his skin where the ring made contact, like breath on a frosty morning. Theron, who had been struggling with such desperate, uncharacteristic force moments before, suddenly went still. His eyes, fixed on the ring in his palm, lost their frantic wild terror, replaced by a profound eerie calm. His body, which had been straining towards the ghostly procession, now seemed to relax, settling into a posture of resigned acceptance. It was as if a heavy weight had been lifted from him, or perhaps a heavier one had settled permanently upon his soul. He looked at the ring with a strange, almost vacant reverence, his features devoid of struggle, his breath coming in slow, even sighs. Gareth, still clutching Theron's arm, felt the sudden cessation of resistance. He looked down at Theron's hand, then at the peculiar shimmering band resting there. "By the saints," he breathed, his voice barely a whisper. "It's real. It's truly real." The sight of the ring, so undeniably present yet so utterly unearthly, was more terrifying than any phantom sound or chilling mist. It was a tangible mark of an otherworldly claim. Osric too saw the ring, and a grim line formed on his lips. He recognized the unmistakable cold radiating from it, a cold that spoke of depths far beyond any winter's frost. It was the chill of the grave, of things that ought not to be, now made manifest. "The token of acceptance," he muttered, his voice flat. She sealed the pact. The lads bound. Finn, however, let out a soft gasp, his eyes riveted on the ethereal band. "The hollow ring," he whispered, a tremor in his voice. "It is spoken of in the most ancient of texts, a bridal token of the spectral realm, given to a groom who has pledged his eternal spirit. It marks him as belonging to the other side, even while he walks amongst the living. Its hollowness signifies the void of human warmth that will forever be present in such a union, and the ultimate emptiness of a life lived bound to the dead." He looked from the ring to Theron's newly calm, utterly desolate face. It means he has accepted, or rather the pact has forced his acceptance. The first vow has been taken. As the ring materialized and Theron's quiet acceptance settled over him, a subtle shift occurred in the oppressive atmosphere of Blackwood Keep. The mournful, ethereal wedding music outside did not cease, but its pitch seemed to change, becoming less mournful and more a low humming thrum, a sound of quiet triumph. Lady Isolde, the spectral bride in the archway, slowly, gracefully extended a shimmering, translucent hand, a gesture of silent invitation, almost of possession. Her head, which had been bowed in sorrow, now tilted slightly, as if observing her new acquisition with a cold satisfaction. The entire ghostly procession outside seemed to vibrate with a renewed purpose, their forms becoming slightly more distinct, their phantom lanterns glowing with a more intense, cold light. The faint scent of withered lilies, which had been so cloying, now seemed to recede somewhat, replaced by an even deeper, more profound cold that settled into the very fabric of the stones, a cold that suggested an eternal, unchanging presence. It was the cold of a tomb, now made a home. Theron, without a word, slowly, deliberately, began to raise his hand, the hollow ring resting in his palm. He seemed poised to slide it onto his finger, to complete the physical act that would symbolize his ultimate, spectral betrothal. His eyes, though vacant, held a terrible resignation, a profound acceptance of his fate. The struggle had ended not with escape but with the undeniable, horrifying manifestation of his bond. The ghostly bargain was no longer a confession or a rumor. It was a cold, tangible object in Theron's hand, a silent, chilling testament to the absolute, unforgiving power of a promise made to the unseen. The immediate goal of rescuing Elspeth now seemed impossibly distant, overshadowed by the chilling realization that Theron himself might already be lost, his soul claimed by a bride from beyond the veil. The path to the altar, for him, had truly begun. Chapter 10. The binding vows, the oppressive silence within Blackwood Keep, was a tangible thing, a heavy shroud woven from ancient sorrow and the chilling presence of Lady Isolde. She stood in the archway, a shimmering, translucent form in a spectral wedding gown, her veiled head now lifted, her gaze, unseen yet profoundly felt, fixed upon Theron. Outside, the mournful ethereal wedding march swelled to an unbearable crescendo, the wail of unseen pipes and the ghostly plucking of lutes filling the cavernous hall with a symphony of dread. The air vibrated with the unseen pressure of the spectral procession, a line of shimmering, mist-like figures at the keep's threshold, their phantom hands extending, beckoning Theron towards his otherworldly fate. Theron, a man whose constitution was better suited to balancing ledgers than defying phantoms, was caught in an invisible, powerful current. His eyes were wide and unfocused, fixed on the shimmering figure of Lady Isolde, or perhaps on something beyond her, in the spectral procession waiting outside. He strained against the combined efforts of Gareth and the miller, his body trembling, a low, desperate moan escaping his lips. "She calls to me," he rasped, his voice thin and hollow. "The music, it is for me. I must go. I must complete it." His struggle was no longer merely physical. It was the frantic dance of a soul caught between two worlds, pulled by an ancient, binding oath. Gareth, despite the bone-deep chill and the unsettling spectacle, maintained his grip on Theron's arm, his knuckles white. "Theron, you blithering idiot. Fight it. She wants your soul, not a dance partner for eternity." He braced his feet, his muscles straining against Theron's surprisingly insistent pull. The sheer absurdity of wrestling a grown man away from a ghostly wedding procession was not lost on him, even in the throes of terror, but the immediate threat to Elspeth, and now to Theron's very essence, overrode all other considerations. The miller, his face a mask of anguish, had seized Theron's other arm. "My daughter." You will not abandon her. You brought this curse upon her. You will help us save her." His voice was raw, choked with despair and a father's desperate love. He pulled with a strength born of pure desperation, trying to yank Theron back from the spectral precipice. Osric, standing between Theron and the beckoning archway, a formidable bulwark of muscle and grim resolve, blocked a direct path to the ghostly procession. He watched Theron's eyes, seeing the fatalistic resignation that threatened to consume him. "Hold fast, lad," he grunted, his voice a low rumble. "She's playing on your fear. You swore a foolish oath. Not your damn soul." His own senses, honed by years of working with raw iron and fire, felt the crushing weight of the spectral presence, a cold that seeped into his bones and made his teeth ache. The air itself seemed to throb with an unseen energy, a relentless pressure pushing them towards the keep's entrance. Finn, his attention divided between the frantic struggle and the rapidly unfolding pronouncements in his ancient text, was almost oblivious to the physical fray. "This is the moment of choice, Theron," he cried, his voice strained. "The procession beckons the groom to join. If he steps out, the bond becomes irrevocable." The texts speak of a formal exchange, a token of acceptance before the final vows are consecrated. His finger traced a line of arcane script, his eyes wide with a mixture of terror and scholarly awe. "A ring. It often involves a ring, a token of endless binding." As if in direct response to Finn's whispered revelation, a sudden blinding flash of cold light erupted from Theron's right hand, which had been stretched involuntarily towards the archway. Palm up, as if awaiting a benedict. The light was brief, sharp and unnaturally cold, like moonlight solidified. It dissipated almost instantly, leaving behind not emptiness, but a distinct, palpable object. There, resting in Theron's open palm, was a ring. It was not of gold or silver, nor of any metal known to mortal smithing. Its substance appeared to be crafted from pure, solidified mist, or perhaps from shadow-given form. It shimmered faintly, a dark, almost charcoal gray, yet it possessed a strange internal luminescence, like moonlight trapped within a winter's fog. It had no discernible facets, no precious stones, just a smooth, chilling band, perfectly round, yet somehow conveying an unsettling sense of emptiness. A hollow ring. It radiated an intense, soul-seeping cold that made Theron's hand visibly tremble, and a thin wisp of vapor curled from his skin where the ring made contact, like breath on a frosty morning. Theron, who had been struggling with such desperate, uncharacteristic force moments before, suddenly went still. His eyes, fixed on the ring in his palm, lost their frantic, wild terror, replaced by a profound, eerie calm. His body, which had been straining towards the ghostly procession, now seemed to relax, settling into a posture of resigned acceptance. It was as if a heavy weight had been lifted from him, or perhaps a heavier one had settled permanently upon his soul. He looked at the ring with a strange, almost vacant reverence, his features devoid of struggle, his breath coming in slow, even sighs. Gareth, still clutching Theron's arm, felt the sudden cessation of resistance. He looked down at Theron's hand, then at the peculiar, shimmering band resting there. "By the saints," he breathed, his voice barely a whisper. "It's real. It's truly real." The sight of the ring, so undeniably present yet so utterly unearthly, was more terrifying than any phantom sound or chilling mist. It was a tangible mark of an otherworldly claim. Osric, too, saw the ring, and a grim line formed on his lips. He recognized the unmistakable cold radiating from it, a cold that spoke of depths far beyond any winter's frost. It was the chill of the grave, of things that ought not to be, now made manifest. "The token of acceptance," he muttered, his voice flat. She sealed the pact. The lads bound. Finn, however, let out a soft gasp, his eyes riveted on the ethereal band. "The hollow ring," he whispered, a tremor in his voice. "It is spoken of in the most ancient of texts. A bridal token of the spectral realm, given to a groom who has pledged his eternal spirit. It marks him as belonging to the other side, even while he walks amongst the living. Its hollowness signifies the void of human warmth that will forever be present in such a union, and the ultimate emptiness of a life lived bound to the dead." He looked from the ring to Theron's newly calm, utterly desolate face. "It means he has accepted. Or rather, the pact has forced his acceptance. The first vow has been taken." As the ring materialized and Theron's quiet acceptance settled over him, a subtle shift occurred in the oppressive atmosphere of Blackwood Keep. The mournful, ethereal wedding music outside did not cease, but its pitch seemed to change, becoming less mournful and more a low, humming thrum, a sound of quiet triumph. A sound of quiet triumph. Lady Isolde, the spectral bride in the archway, slowly, gracefully, extended a shimmering, translucent hand, a gesture of silent invitation, almost of possession. Her head, which had been bowed in sorrow, now tilted slightly, as if observing her new acquisition with a cold satisfaction. The entire ghostly procession outside seemed to vibrate with a renewed purpose, their forms becoming slightly more distinct, their phantom lanterns glowing with a more intense, cold light. The faint scent of withered lilies, which had been so cloying, now seemed to recede somewhat, replaced by an even deeper, more profound cold that settled into the very fabric of the stones. A cold that suggested an eternal, unchanging presence. It was the cold of a tomb, now made a home. Theron, without a word, slowly, deliberately, began to raise his hand, the hollow ring resting in his palm. He seemed poised to slide it onto his finger, to complete the physical act that would symbolize his ultimate, spectral betrothal. His eyes, though vacant, held a terrible resignation, a profound acceptance of his fate. The struggle had ended, not with escape, but with the undeniable, horrifying manifestation of his bond. The ghostly bargain was no longer a confession or a rumor. It was a cold, tangible object in Theron's hand, a silent, chilling testament to the absolute unforgiving power of a promise made to the unseen. The immediate goal of rescuing Elspeth now seemed impossibly distant, overshadowed by the chilling realization that Theron himself might already be lost, his soul claimed by a bride from beyond the veil. The path to the altar, for him, had truly begun. The spectral music outside shifted again, from a triumphant hum to a more solemn, processional cadence, drawing Theron forward with an irresistible unseen force. Gareth and the miller, still clutching his arms, felt him being pulled, not by his own will, but by an invisible, powerful undertow that dragged his entire being towards the archway where Lady Isolde waited. Their feet scraped on the stone floor, their bodies straining, as they were reluctantly pulled along. Theron, his face now devoid of expression, his eyes fixed on the shimmering figure, began to move, not walking, not shuffling, but gliding, as if his feet barely touched the ground. He was drawn, inexorably, towards Lady Isolde, towards the heart of the spectral gathering. As he drew closer to the archway, the already cold air surrounding him intensified, swirling like an invisible vortex. A faint, internal glow seemed to emanate from his very being, a cold, almost phosphorescent light that outlined his form in the gloom, making him appear almost as translucent as the spectral bride herself. Lady Isolde, the spectral bride, extended her ethereal hand further, a gesture that was both invitation and demand. Her head, still subtly veiled by an unseen mist, tilted slightly, as if observing him with a profound, unearthly satisfaction. The mournful, Unearthly music outside the keep swelled to a new, breathtaking intensity, a symphony of sorrow and triumph, played by instruments no longer of this world. And then, just as Theron reached the archway, standing before the shimmering form of Lady Isolde, his voice, flat and resonant, yet undeniably his own, filled the vast, cold hall. It was a voice stripped of all human emotion, devoid of fear or joy, a mere conduit for ancient, terrible words. The sound echoed unnaturally, bouncing off the crumbling stone walls, each syllable hanging in the frigid air as if solidified. I, Theron, son of merchants, do acknowledge thee, Lady Isolde of Blackwood Keep, as my true and eternal bride. The words, delivered with chilling precision, seemed to vibrate through their very bones. Gareth felt a sickening lurch in his stomach, as if the ground beneath him had shifted. Osric grunted, a sound of profound distress, his face grim. The miller let out a low, strangled cry. His daughter's fate now irrevocably entwined with this monstrous ceremony. Finn, however, merely watched, his eyes wide with a terrible, fascinated horror, recognizing the ancient phrasing from his text. Theron paused, his form shimmering faintly in the oppressive cold, then continued, his voice echoing, resonating with a depth that was not entirely his own. To thee I pledge my spirit, in this life and the next, forsaking all others, earthly or otherwise, now and for all time. As he spoke the words forsaking all others, a sharp, almost painful shiver ran through Gareth, Osric, and Finn. It was not merely the cold of the keep, but a deeper spiritual chill, as if an unseen blade had passed through their own souls, severing some unseen connection, or perhaps marking them as witnesses to an irreversible act. The faint scent of withered lilies, which had momentarily receded, returned with an overwhelming force, cloying and sickly sweet, as if the very air had become saturated with the breath of the spectral bride. Lady Isolde's form seemed to grow slightly more distinct, her contours sharpening, the veil over her face shimmering with a cold internal light. It was as if Theron's words, his binding vows, were feeding her, solidifying her presence in the mortal realm. The ghostly procession outside hummed with a renewed, expectant energy, their phantom forms leaning forward, as if straining to witness the culmination of the ancient pact. Theron raised his hand, the hollow ring resting in his palm, still glowing with that faint, unsettling luminescence. His voice, now even colder, more detached, continued the chilling litany. By this token, this hollow circlet of eternal devotion, I seal my vow that my heart, my soul, and my very being shall forever be thine. With a slow, deliberate movement that was almost painful to watch, Theron began to slide the hollow ring onto the fourth finger of his left hand. The act was performed with an eerie grace, devoid of any struggle or hesitation. As the cold, ethereal band slipped onto his skin, a faint, almost imperceptible whisper, like the rustle of a forgotten wedding dress in a phantom breeze, seemed to emanate from Lady Isolde. It was not a voice, but a presence, a satisfied sigh that permeated the very foundations of Blackwood Keep. As the ring settled on his finger, Theron's eyes, though still vacant, seemed to deepen, becoming pools of infinite sorrow. The cold light emanating from him intensified, and for a fleeting moment his face seemed to merge with another, fainter visage, a beautiful, sorrowful countenance that was undeniably Lady Isolde's. It was a terrifying momentary superposition, a glimpse into the spiritual blending of two souls. The mournful wedding music outside the keep reached its final triumphant, yet utterly desolate crescendo, a long, drawn-out wail that resonated with ancient pain and newfound possession. The spectral procession outside seemed to vibrate, their forms coalescing and then blurring, as if their purpose had been fulfilled, and they were ready to recede. Theron stood there, now perfectly still, the hollow ring a beacon of chilling light on his finger. His transformation was complete. He was no longer just the merchant's son, the groom-to-be. He was the groom of two brides, one living and one spectral, irrevocably bound by a forgotten oath and a ceremony performed in the heart of a ruined castle. The air in the great hall settled, the intense cold receding slightly, but leaving behind a profound, soul-deep chill. The scent of lilies, though still present, seemed to diminish, becoming a lingering ghost of a fragrance. The spectral bride, Lady Isolde, her form still shimmering, seemed to take a subtle step back into the archway, her presence less aggressively demanding, more quietly possessive. The binding vows had been recited. The hollow ring had been accepted. Tavern, by all accounts, was now wed to the spectral Lady Isolde, his fate sealed not by a priest's blessing, but by the echoes of a desperate drunken pact in the silent waiting night. The horror for Osric, Gareth, and Finn was not only the realization of what had just transpired, but the chilling question that now hung in the cold, still air of the keep. What, then, of Elspeth? Had the completion of this unholy union sealed her fate? Or was there still a chance to sever the ties that bound Theron, before his spectral bride claimed him entirely forever, in the desolate halls of Blackwood Keep? Chapter 11. The witnesses dread the final desolate wail of the spectral wedding music faded, leaving behind an aching silence that seemed to throb with the aftermath of an impossible union. Theron stood in the archway of Blackwood Keep's great hall, perfectly still, the hollow ring a chilling beacon of light on his left hand. His face, once etched with frantic terror, was now a mask of profound, almost serene emptiness. His eyes, though open, seemed to gaze inward, or perhaps far beyond the crumbling stones of the keep, into an endless cold horizon. The faint, phosphorescent glow that had outlined his form during the recitation of the vows now receded, leaving him merely pale and motionless in the dim, flickering candlelight. Lady Isolde, the spectral bride, shimmered slightly, her form in the archway becoming less aggressively demanding, more subtly possessive. Her head, which had been raised in triumph, now dipped gently, a gesture of quiet, unearthly satisfaction. The intense cold that had permeated the hall during the ceremony did not entirely vanish, but it shifted, becoming a lingering perpetual chill that settled into the very fabric of the ancient stones. A cold that spoke not of an ephemeral presence, but of an eternal, unchanging dominion. The cloying scent of withered lilies, though still discernible, softened, becoming a faint, almost nostalgic undertone in the frigid air, as if a long-held desire had finally, chillingly, been fulfilled. Gareth, who had been wrestling Theron moments before, found his grip on the groom's arm slacken as Theron ceased his struggle. He stared at Theron's vacant face, then at the peculiar, shimmering ring on his finger, a cold dread washing over him that transcended any physical fear. His boisterous nature, his instinct to charge headlong into conflict, was utterly paralyzed. There was no enemy here he could fight, no opponent he could grapple with, no beast he could bludgeon. This was a battle of souls, a binding of spirits, and Gareth, a man of flesh and blood, was a mere helpless spectator. He felt a profound sense of utter futility, a hollowness in his own chest that mirrored the eerie emptiness of the ring on Theron's hand. He swallowed hard, his throat dry, the words of protest or outrage dying unspoken on his lips. How could one rage against the inevitable, against a debt paid not in coin, but in the currency of an afterlife? It was a question that felt far too large for a man whose greatest concerns usually revolved around the temperament of a horse, or the weight of a tankard. Osric, standing guard at the archway, his formidable bulk now seeming small and insignificant against the vastness of the unseen, felt a primal unease, settled deep in his bones. The blacksmith, accustomed to the tangible, the solid, the predictable nature of iron and fire, found himself adrift in a realm where such certainties dissolved like mist. He watched Theron, his eyes narrowed, searching for any flicker of the familiar foolish merchant sun within that hollowed shell. But there was only a quiet stillness, a profound absence. The air, though less violently cold, still gnawed at his fingers and ears, a persistent reminder of the otherworldly transaction that had just taken place. He shifted his weight, the leather of his worn boots creaking, a mundane sound that seemed jarringly loud in the oppressive silence. The sense of being watched, not just by the spectral bride, but by the very walls of the keep, was overwhelming. It was the dread of the unknown maid, terribly, chillingly manifest. His initial assessment of Theron's folly now seemed laughably naive. This was not folly. This was damnation. The miller, however, was beyond fear, beyond dread. His grief for Elspeth, raw and unrelenting, cut through the supernatural horror with a visceral human pain. He stumbled forward, releasing Theron's arm, and fell to his knees, his hands clasped. His voice a broken whisper of pleas and curses, directed at the unseen. "Elspeth, my daughter, what have you done with her, foul spirit? You have taken her, you have taken him." His laments echoed weakly in the vast hall, pathetic and futile against the backdrop of an eternal, unholy union. His eyes, red-rimmed and filled with tears, darted wildly around the shadows, searching for any sign of his daughter, any glimmer of her living presence amidst the pervasive cold of the dead. Finn, the scholar, was the only one who seemed to possess a degree of composure, though it was the cold, analytical calm of a man who had just witnessed a rare, terrible phenomenon described in his most forbidden texts. His eyes, though wide, were alight with a morbid intellectual fascination. He watched Theron with an intensity that bordered on the obsessive, then glanced at Lady Isolde, whose shimmering form still held its silent vigil in the archway. "The texts speak of this," he murmured, his voice barely audible, as if speaking to himself. "The completion of the first phase, the binding vows, the acceptance of the token. He is now, in the spiritual sense, her husband, her eternal husband. The hollow ring, it is not merely a symbol, it is a conduit. It anchors him to her, even in life, and upon his death, his spirit will be claimed, irrevocably." He looked at Gareth and Osric, his gaze conveying a knowledge that chilled them more profoundly than any phantom touch. "The question now," Finn continued, his voice thin but resolute, "is what this means for Elspeth. Has Lady Isolde taken her as a hostage, a bargaining chip to force Theron's hand? Or has she removed her as a permanent rival? The lore is grim on this point. Some spirits, particularly those of spurned brides, seek only to claim their intended. Others eliminate all obstacles to their eternal union, ensuring no living woman can ever lay claim to what they perceive as rightfully theirs." He shuddered slightly, a rare display of true fear. The latter is the more terrifying prospect. The chilling implication hung in the air. Elspeth might not be merely imprisoned. She might be lost forever, swallowed by the jealous depths of the spectral realm. And Theron, their friend, was now undeniably tethered to that realm, walking amongst them, yet already half claimed by the dead. The silence deepened, broken only by the miller's stifled sobs and the occasional whisper of the wind through the broken windows, a sound that now seemed to carry the faint, triumphant echo of the spectral wedding march. Gareth, for the first time in his life, felt a prickle of genuine fear for his own soul. He had always dismissed such tales as fanciful nonsense, stories told by old women by the hearth. But what he had just witnessed, the materialization of the hollow ring, the transformation of Theron, the undeniable presence of the spectral bride, shook his very foundations. He looked at Osric, a silent plea in his eyes. What now? What could men of muscle and steel do against a foe that was neither? Osric, though equally unnerved, found a flicker of his practical resolve returning. "So," he said, his voice a low rumble. "Cutting through the heavy atmosphere, he's wed to the dead. A grim fate, to be sure. But Elspeth is still missing. If she's here, in this keep, she's still living, breathing flesh and blood. And that means she can be found and rescued. Before this eternal union is fully consummated." He glanced at Finn. "Your texts, do they offer any means of severing such a bond? Or at least of protecting the living bride?" Finn shook his head slowly. "Not easily, Osric. Such pacts, once initiated, are incredibly difficult to break. They require specific counter-rituals, often involving objects of great personal significance to the living, or powerful blessings. But first, we must confirm Elspeth's presence or her fate. Lady Isolde's behavior suggests she wanted to ensure Theron's full attention. Perhaps Elspeth is indeed a hostage, a means to solidify Theron's commitment." His eyes, though still reflecting a deep unease, began to scan the dark, cavernous hall, searching not for ghosts, but for signs of life, however faint. The 3 candles, which had burned with an unnatural intensity during the vows, now settled into a steady, albeit dim, glow, their flames unnaturally still, as if the very air no longer dared to disturb them. Their light cast long, unmoving shadows across the faces of the living, making them appear ancient, worn, and deeply troubled. Theron remained unmoving, a statue of chilling acceptance, the hollow ring a faint, cold star on his finger. The spectral bride, Lady Isolde, had receded slightly, her shimmering form now less prominent in the archway, as if content with the initial phase of her long-awaited union. She was still there, however, a silent, watchful presence, an ethereal guardian of her newly claimed groom. The realization settled upon them with the weight of cold stone. They had just borne witness to a wedding unlike any known to mortal revelry, a clandestine, horrifying ceremony performed in the heart of a crumbling ruin, binding their friend to a vengeful spirit. Their initial attempts at dry humor and cynical speculation now felt like distant, foolish echoes in the face of such profound, supernatural reality. The bachelor party had taken an irreversible turn, from a peculiar outing to a desperate struggle against an ancient, possessive force. They were trapped within Blackwood Keep, caught between a groom half-claimed by the dead, a father desperate for his missing daughter, and a ghostly bride who had just asserted her horrifying claim. The dread that filled the hall was not just for Theron, but for themselves, for the unknown consequences of witnessing such an unholy union. The long night stretched before them, a chilling tableau of spectral commitment and living despair, with the fate of 2 souls hanging precariously in the balance. They were no longer merely guests, they were witnesses, unwilling participants in a ceremony that defied all natural law. And they knew, with a certainty that chilled them to their very bones, that the true horror of Blackwood Keep had only just begun to unfold. The quiet of the keep hummed with this new, terrifying reality, a constant, low thrum of dread. Chapter 12. The dawn after the long night in Blackwood Keep stretched before them, not as a passage of time, but as an eternity of dread. After Theron's chilling recitation of vows and the horrifying materialization of the hollow ring on his finger, he had settled into a profound, terrifying stillness. He stood in the archway where Lady Isolde had presided, a silent, empty vessel, his eyes gazing into some distant, unseen realm. The spectral bride herself, her purpose seemingly fulfilled in this initial phase, had receded further into the gloom of the archway, her shimmering form now almost indistinguishable from the swirling mist that seemed to permanently cling to the ruined keep. The mournful, ethereal wedding music from outside had gradually faded, leaving only the relentless moan of the moor wind and the unsettling hum of the ancient stones. Osric, Gareth, and Finn, along with the distraught Miller, remained huddled by their 3 flickering candles, their faces etched with a profound, exhausted horror. They had not dared to move, nor to speak above a whisper, for fear of disturbing the newly established, terrifying equilibrium. Every shadow seemed to hold a lurking presence. Every creak of the crumbling structure sounded like a spectral sigh. The scent of withered lilies, though diminished, still permeated the air, a constant, sickening reminder of the unholy union that had just transpired. The cold, that soul-seeping cold, had settled deep into their bones, a chill that would not depart with the rising sun. The Miller, a man broken by grief and fear, had slumped against the stone wall, his head bowed, murmuring prayers and pleas for his vanished daughter, his voice a low, constant lament that was almost as ghostly as the presence that now permeated the keep. Gareth, his earlier bravado completely shattered, sat with his formidable shoulders slumped, his gaze fixed on Theron's still form, a profound sense of helplessness washing over him. He, a man of action, felt utterly useless against such an intangible, yet undeniably real foe. There was no one to fight, no battle to win, only an unbearable waiting silence. Osric, ever the pragmatist, gripped the hilt of his belt knife, his knuckles white, his eyes perpetually scanning the oppressive gloom, as if expecting a sudden corporeal threat to emerge from the shadows. His mind, however, wrestled with the intangible horror of the situation, a nightmare woven from ancient curses and foolish vows. Finn, the scholar, was the most outwardly composed, but his eyes, wide and unnervingly bright in the dim candlelight, devoured the scene before him, correlating every detail with the cryptic passages in his ancient text. He muttered excerpts under his breath, words of binding and severance, of spiritual dominion, and the cost of broken pacts, his intellectual curiosity battling with a profound scholarly dread. Hours crawled by, each tick of an unseen clock stretching into an eternity. Sleep was an impossible luxury, banished by the lingering scent of lilies and the pervasive chill that seemed to emanate from Theron himself. They watched him, a silent sentinel of their collective nightmare, his body a bridge between the living and the dead. No one dared approach him, no one dared break the fragile, terrifying spell that held them all captive. The thought of Elspeth, snatched from her bed, added another layer of urgency and despair to their silent vigil. Was she here, somewhere in the vast, echoing ruins? Or was she already beyond their reach, a casualty of Theron's spectral death? The questions hung in the frigid air, unanswered, tormenting. Then, slowly, imperceptibly at first, the oppressive darkness began to yield. A faint, almost grudging gray seeped through the shattered windows and the gaping holes in the ceiling, painting the ruins in muted tones of decay and neglect. The stars, which had glittered with unsettling clarity through the open roof, slowly winked out. The moors outside began to take on a dismal, bruised hue, the mist swirling like spectral robes across the desolate landscape. It arrived not with the bright promise of a new day, but with a cold, unforgiving clarity that revealed the stark reality of their predicament. As the first weak tendrils of morning light filtered into the great hall, turning the deep shadows into mere gloom, a collective shiver ran through the men. The flickering candlelight, which had been their only solace in the oppressive black, now seemed pathetic and weak against the encroaching gray. Their faces, drawn and pallid, were illuminated with an almost ghostly pallor. The dust motes, previously dancing under dim light, now swirled visibly in the cold air, like tiny, agitated spirits. It was Osric who first noticed. Theron Tortillion. He was no longer in the archway. The pronouncement, though barely a whisper, was like a physical jolt. Gareth's head snapped up, his eyes immediately darting to the space where Theron had stood for what felt like an eternity. Empty. The archway yawned, dark and silent, revealing only the crumbling stone and the swirling mist beyond. The spectral bride, Lady Isolde, had also vanished, receding completely into the ether, leaving no trace but the lingering cold. "Theron?" Gareth called out, his voice hoarse, a desperate note of disbelief in his tone. He scrambled to his feet, his muscles stiff and aching from the long night of terrified stillness. He rushed to the archway, peering into the gloom, calling Theron's name, but only the mournful wind responded, echoing his voice back to him with a mocking lament. The miller, roused from his tormented stupor, also struggled to his feet, his eyes wide with a renewed, frantic fear. Gone? He's gone? Did that demon take him? Has he abandoned my Elspeth to her fate? His voice cracked with despair. Finn, however, approached the archway with a scholar's measured pace, his gaze analytical, searching for clues. The hollow ring, he thought. It was the anchor. He would not simply disappear without a trace. He scanned the ground, the crumbling stones, the faint indentations left by their vigil. And there, near where Theron had stood, half hidden by a fallen block of masonry, was a small, tightly rolled piece of parchment. It was bound, not with the leaden seal of the initial invitation, but with a simple strand of coarse, dark hair. A chilling detail. "Here?" Finn exclaimed, his voice sharp with discovery. A note. He carefully picked it up, his fingers recoiling slightly from the intense cold that radiated from the parchment, a cold that permeated even through the ancient paper. It was the same thick, leathery parchment as the invitation, and the script, though clearly Theron's, seemed to waver slightly, as if written by a trembling, or perhaps disembodied hand. Gareth and Osric crowded around him, their breaths pluming in the frigid air. The miller, his face a mask of anxious dread, pressed close, desperate for any shred of information. Finn unrolled the parchment. The words written in that faintly shimmering purplish ink seemed to leap from the page, echoing with a hollow, mournful resignation. "To my dearest friends, whom I have, unwittingly, led into this peculiar despair." It began. The familiarity of Theron's hand, a cruel twist. "The vows are taken. The bargain, it seems, is complete. My spirit, though still tethered to this earthly coil, is now undeniably bound. The hollow ring, it is not merely a token, it is a conduit, a whisper that guides my steps towards my true eternal purpose. She came for me, as she always intended, and I could not refuse. The pull was too great, the promise too ancient." A wave of profound sadness washed over them as Finn read. This was not a desperate plea, but a farewell, a chilling acceptance of a fate sealed by an old drunken oath. Fear, not for Elspeth, for she's not harmed, not truly. The note continued, a flicker of something akin to reassurance, or perhaps a further deception. "She is merely held, a guest until the full terms of my union are understood by all. She awaits in a place known only to her, and to me, now that I walk this altered path. A place of quiet sorrow, within these very walls, guarded not by malice, but by the relentless, possessive longing of Lady Isolde. She seeks only to ensure my focus, my absolute attention, upon her. Take her in the place of final slumber, where the unfulfilled desires of the keep's ladies often gather. The path is not marked by stone, but by the echo of a broken promise, and the whisper of forgotten names. Osric, granted, a sound of grim understanding. So she's here, still in the keep. A hostage, not gone for good, perhaps. That gives us something. As for me, do not seek to free me from this bond. It is, I now understand, my destiny, woven into the very fabric of my family's fate. The ancient oath, once thought a jest, now dictates my every breath. I feel her presence, not as a torment, but as an inescapable comfort, a cold, possessive embrace. My living future, alas, is now merely a prelude to my eternal service. Do not mourn me, for I am merely fulfilling a long overdue obligation. All back to your lives. Live and love freely. And remember, sometimes the greatest treasures are found not in gold or land, but in the unburdened simplicity of a mundane existence. May your nights be free of whispers, and your hearts unchained by forgotten promises. Farewell. The note ended abruptly. No signature, no flourish. Just the chilling finality of the words. The dark strand of hair, once vibrant, now felt brittle and lifeless, like a fragment of a dream left behind on a pillow. The parchment itself, once unfolded, refused to lie flat, seeming to curl inwards, as if eager to return to the unseen realm from which it had briefly emerged. A profound silence followed Finn's reading, broken only by the whimpering of the miller. Gareth felt a fresh wave of despair. Tavern, their practical, unremarkable friend, had been swallowed by the very absurdity they had initially scoffed at. He was gone, not dead in the usual sense, but utterly transformed, a groom claimed by the spectral realm, a walking, breathing echo of a terrible vow. The hollow ring, though unseen, felt like a burning brand on Theron's phantom finger. The cold in the keep, despite the burgeoning dawn, lingered, a profound, almost sentient chill that permeated the very stone. It was the cold of a tomb, now made a home. And the air, though clearer, still held a faint, subtle trace of withered lilies, a spectral perfume that would forever be associated with Blackwood, Keep and Theron's horrifying nuptials. The place of final slumber, Finn murmured, his eyes still scanning his text, then flickered around the hall. The unfulfilled desires. This refers to the old burial crypts of the Blackwood lineage, often deep within the keep's foundations. Or perhaps the private chambers where the ladies of the house would sleep their sorrows away. If Elspeth is here, she is in a place of significant spiritual resonance. He looked at Osric and Gareth, his face grim. This changes everything. Tavern is lost to us, or at least fundamentally altered. But Elspeth may still be saved. And the note implies Lady Isolde is not acting out of malice towards her, but merely as a possessive guardian over her groom's attention. Osric tightened his grip on his knife. Then we find this place of final slumber. We find Elspeth, and we find a way to sever whatever spectral ties bind her to this madness. Even if Theron is lost, we will not leave his living bride to this ghastly fate. His voice, though still weary, held a renewed, grim determination. The despair was still there, a constant companion, but now it was tempered by purpose. Gareth, too, felt a flicker of resolve. Right, Tate. A proper mission, then. Not a bachelor party, not a haunting, but a rescue. A living bride from the clutches of the dead. By the saints, I prefer this fight. At least it has a tangible goal, even if the enemy remains unseen. He slapped his hands against his thighs, a sudden surge of his old energy returning, though it was now laced with a profound, unsettling urgency. Let's explore this cursed pile of stones. Find this place of final slumber. The miller, his hope rekindled by the mere mention of Elspeth still being alive within these walls, rose shakily, his eyes scanning the gloom with a desperate new purpose. My daughter, if she is here, I will tear this castle apart with my bare hands if I must. The dawn, cold and grey, revealed Blackwood Keep in all its desolate grandeur, a stone mausoleum humming with unseen life. Tavern was gone, swallowed by his spectral obligation, leaving behind only a cryptic note, a hollow ring imprinted on their minds, and a chilling, enduring cold. The peculiar bachelor party had concluded, not with a bang, but with a quiet, spectral wedding and a missing bride. Their original intention of dull revelry had transformed into a desperate quest for rescue, and perhaps an attempt to unravel a terrible, otherworldly knot. The true horror, they now understood, lay not in the spectacle of the spectral union, but in its lingering, inescapable consequences for Theron and for Elspeth, somewhere within the silent, watchful heart of Blackwood Keep. Their adventure, it seemed, was only just beginning its most terrifying chapter. Chapter 13. The search for truth, the walk back from Blackwood Keep under the gray, indifferent gaze of the burgeoning dawn, was less a journey and more a desperate shuffle through the remnants of a nightmare. The air still clung to them with a tenacious chill, a cold that had burrowed deep into their clothes and settled in their bones, a constant reminder of the unholy ceremony they had witnessed. The scent of withered lilies, though faint, seemed to cling to their nostrils, a spectral perfume that promised to haunt their waking hours. Their faces, drawn and pallid from the long, terrifying vigil, were etched with a profound exhaustion, reflecting the horrifying reality of Theron's binding vows and Elspeth's vanishing. As they stumbled back into the quiet, still-sleeping village, the transition was jarring. The familiar scent of wood smoke from hearths and the distant bleating of sheep felt impossibly mundane after the ethereal dread of the keep. Yet, the villagers who were just beginning to stir, gathering for morning prayers or tending to their early chores, immediately noticed the haunted aspect of the returning party. Their hushed whispers followed Osric, Gareth, Finn, and the distraught miller like a second, visible shroud. The stable boy, who had brought the news of Elspeth's disappearance earlier in the night, merely gaped, his eyes wide with renewed terror, then scrambled away as if pursued by unseen furies. They made directly for the leaning pig, its familiar, slightly too sturdy lean now feeling like a refuge, however dim and ale-stained. The few early patrons, mostly old men nursing their morning mead, shifted uneasily, their initial questions dying on their lips as they took in the group's spectral pallor and grim silence. Gareth ordered a round of the strongest ale, and for once not a single jest passed his lips. The taste of the bitter brew was a welcome, if fleeting, anchor in the swirling unreality. The miller, however, found no solace in the tavern. His grief was a raw, open wound, and the inactivity maddened him. He paced the small common room, his hands wrung, his voice a low, constant lament. My Elspeth, my innocent girl, hidden somewhere in that cursed place. We must go back. We must find her now. His desperation was palpable, a stark human counterpoint to the otherworldly horror. Osric, despite his own bone-deep weariness, knew the miller was right, but also understood they couldn't simply rush back blindly. They needed more than courage. They needed knowledge. We will, Master Miller, he rumbled, his voice rough. But we go not as fools, but as men armed with understanding. Theron's note said, the place of final slumber, where unfulfilled desires gather. Finn, your books. You spoke of specific counter-rituals, of objects. Now is the time for knowledge, not brute force. Finn, who had already retrieved his leather-bound tome, was a man transformed. The scholarly dread that had held him at the keep was now replaced by a fierce, almost desperate, intellectual drive. He needed to understand. He needed to find a solution. He would not allow Elspeth to be a mere footnote in a grim chapter of local history. Indeed, Osric, Finn said, already turning pages, his finger tracing lines of ancient script. The place of final slumber almost certainly refers to the ancestral crypts of the Blackwood lineage, or perhaps a specific memorial site within the keep. And the unfulfilled desires, as I alluded, point to the very nature of Lady Isolde's plight, a bride denied her union. Her power and her vulnerability lies in the precise nature of that unfulfillment. He proposed they split up, not to abandon the miller but to expedite their search. Finn would return to the monastery library, the most comprehensive collection of ancient texts in the region, to delve deeper into the history of Blackwood Keep, its lords, and particularly its lady. He would search for any mention of Lady Isolde by name, the exact circumstances of her death, and any known rituals for severing spectral bonds or placating vengeful brides. He had a memory, hazy from long nights poring over obscure marginalia, of a brief mention of a specific symbolic act required to release a spirit bound by an unfulfilled oath of matrimony, an act that had nothing to do with marrying the living, but rather a completion of the Dead union. Gareth, still trying to reconcile his pragmatic world with the supernatural reality he had just witnessed, decided he would scour the village itself. Not the official channels, for the village guard would merely scoff or declare Tavern insane, but the places where true, unwritten history lingered. The common houses, the market square, the leaning pig's more regular patrons. He would listen to the old wives' tales, the drunkard's boasts, the half-whispered rumors that were usually dismissed as nonsense. He aimed to find anyone who had any direct, however strange, experience with the Blackwood family, or with Theron's bizarre past encounters. He would try to find the charcoal burner Theron mentioned, if he still lived. A man who knew of ancient oaks and spirits would surely hold more than just folklore. Osric, his face a thundercloud of grim resolve, would also stay in the village, though his methods would be more direct. He would seek out the oldest villagers, those whose memories stretched back generations, whose families might have served the Blackwoods, or who had lived long enough to witness the keep's decline and the rise of its ominous reputation. He would demand specific details, not fanciful tales. He wanted to know how Lady Isolde died, what her specific unfulfilled desire was, what object or symbol might have been central to her intended earthly union. He would apply the methodical reasoning of a craftsman to the messy, illogical world of the supernatural, seeking a practical weakness, a tangible point of leverage. The miller, unable to sit idle, decided he would go to Theron's family, the merchant's house. Not out of hope for immediate answers, for Theron's parents were as bewildered and terrified as anyone, but to pressure them, to see if they had any forgotten trinkets, letters, or family histories that might shed light on Theron's childhood folly, or any lingering connection to the Blackwood family beyond simple trade routes. He would search for any object that might have passed through Theron's hands, anything that might have served as the forgotten key to this unfolding tragedy. And so, under the pale, watery light of dawn, the group dispersed, each man carrying the chilling weight of Theron's fate and Elspeth's uncertain future. Finn, cloaked against the lingering cold, hurried back to the monastery. The library, usually a place of quiet contemplation, now felt charged with a new, urgent energy. He pulled dusty tomes from their shelves, old chronicles, local histories, even volumes of condemned magic and folk remedies that the more open-minded abbots had discreetly collected over the centuries. He searched specifically for the name Isolde and for any mention of Blackwood bride or unfulfilled union. His fingers, stained with ink, flew across the vellum pages. He found fragmented references to Lady Isolde, the youngest daughter of Lord Alaric Blackwood, famed for her ethereal beauty and her passionate, yet ultimately doomed, betrothal to a northern lord named Rorik. The chronicles spoke of a sudden illness that struck Rorik on his journey to the wedding, a fever that consumed him before he could reach Blackwood Keep. Lady Isolde, consumed by grief, had retreated to her private chambers, refusing food and drink, dying of a broken heart on what would have been her wedding day, still adorned in her gown and clutching a bouquet of lilies. The very details Theron had recounted, half remembered from the charcoal burner. But a more obscure passage, written in a cramped hand in the margin of a particularly grim collection of local superstitions, caught Finn's eye. It spoke of Isolde's final desperate act, A ritual performed with her wedding veil, woven by her own hand, and imbued with her hopes. A desperate plea to the ancient spirits of the moor to ensure her union, even if it meant binding her spirit forever to the first man who truly claimed her heart, or at least her promise. The text suggested that her veil, rather than being buried with her, had been left in a hidden alcove within her chambers, a perpetual anchor for her sorrow and her unfulfilled desire. It implied that this veil, if found, held both the source of her binding power and, paradoxically, the key to her release. It was a tangible link to her, a physical manifestation of her sorrow and her unfulfilled vows. Meanwhile, Gareth, after a swift, potent ale, began his circuit of the village. He started at the butcher's, gossiped with the baker, and finally found himself at the stall of an old woman who sold herbs and charms, a woman whose eyes seemed to see more than the average villager. She was known for her knowledge of old ways, and for speaking in riddles that sometimes held startling truths. He asked about Tavern, about his strange luck, about the charcoal burner. The old woman, her face a road map of wrinkles, merely cackled. Tavern? Ah, that one always had a shadow on his heels. A debt owed, lad, not to man, but to memory. He bought a charm from me once, a few years back, to ward off what he called a persistent chill. Said he'd woken to the scent of lilies and the sound of weeping. Foolish boy. I told him then, you can't ward off what you've invited in. He made a promise, you see, to the lady of the lamenting veil. She doesn't forget, not when her heart was so broken. She waits in her chamber for the one who completes her, and she holds the world hostage until then. They say she keeps her veil, the one she wove herself, always near. It's the heart of her sorrow and the key to her power. Thin the veil, break the sorrow, and perhaps the binding can be loosened. But be warned, lad, she won't give it up easily. It is all she has left of her mortal hope. The mention of the lamenting veil and the hidden chamber resonated with Finn's discovery, a chilling corroboration from two very different sorts. Osric, after a few fruitless conversations with the more sensible villagers, found himself at the very edge of the moors, seeking out the ramshackle hut of old Silas, the charcoal burner Theron had mentioned. Silas was a wizened man, his face permanently stained with soot, his eyes holding the ancient wisdom of the wild. He was a man of few words, but Osric's grim determination seemed to impress upon him the gravity of the situation. Theron, you say? Silas rasped, his voice like dry leaves. Aye, the merchant lad. Came to me years ago, desperate. Asked about the Blackwood curse, the maiden. Foolish boy. I told him the old tale, the one about Lady Isolde, denied her groom, who swore an oath to bind the first soul who promised her true love, even if it was just a whispered jest to the wind. Said she needed a man to finish her journey to the altar, to complete her vows, and once taken, she'd never let go. Her wedding veil, it was, woven by her own hands, steeped in her hope and grief. They say she hid it, not wanting it to be buried with her, a symbol of her unfulfilled life. In her private chamber it lies, the one above the crypts, closest to the old oak where the promise was made. It's the anchor of her sorrow. Remove the anchor, you break the chain. But beware. The keep guards its secrets, and she guards her despair fiercely. Osric, the pragmatist, felt a shiver. A physical object, a veil. This was something he could grasp, something concrete in the miasma of spectral dread. The miller, meanwhile, had returned from Theron's house, looking even more distressed. Theron's parents, though horrified by Elspeth's disappearance, were more concerned with the damage to their family name and trade. They offered no useful information, only vague recollections of Theron's odd phases and a general dismissal of anything supernatural. However, the miller did return with one curious item, an old tarnished silver locket that Elspeth had worn constantly since her betrothal, given to her by Tavern as a token of their future union. It was a simple locket, but it was Elspeth's, imbued with her living essence and her hopes for a future with Tavern. As the three friends reconvened at the Leaning Pig, sharing their disparate findings, the pieces began to fit into a terrifyingly coherent whole. Lady Isolde, the spurned bride, bound by her own desperate ritual involving her wedding veil. Theron, the foolish boy, making a drunken, binding pact to this same spirit, offering his soul and promising eternal union. Elspeth, the living bride, abducted and held hostage, not out of malice, but as a direct consequence of Isolde's claim and Theron's breaking of his vow. The keep, Blackwood Keep, was not just a venue. It was Isolde's perpetual prison and her eternal bridal chamber, with her hidden veil serving as the anchor of her power. Finn laid out the findings from his texts. It is clear now. Lady Isolde's spirit is tied to her unfulfilled wedding, and particularly to her veil. The texts suggest that if a spirit's binding object is disturbed, or if a ritual of release is performed with an item of significance from their past, or from the living they affect, it can sever their attachment. The veil is Isolde's binding. Elspeth's locket. It is a symbol of the living union Theron seeks to make. It may hold a counterpower, a way to disrupt Isolde's claim. Gareth looked at the tarnished locket in the miller's hand, then at the grim faces of his friends. So, we find this private chamber, we find this veil, and then what? We wave Elspeth's locket at it? Do we recite a counter-vow? There was a faint hint of his usual dark humor, but it was strained. This is becoming far more complicated than a simple brawl to rescue a damsel. Osric nodded slowly, his eyes fixed on the distant looming silhouette of Blackwood Keep. It is a plan. A dangerous one. We seek out this chamber, locate the veil, and use the locket, perhaps in conjunction with a rite of severance. And if Elspeth is truly in a place of quiet sorrow, we find her. We get her out. Then perhaps we burn that damnable veil and pray it frees Theron too, or at least allows him to escape the clutches of his eternal bride. His voice was grim, but there was a flicker of determination in his eyes. The miller, hearing the faint glimmer of hope, looked at them, his eyes wide with desperate urgency. You mean you will go back? You will truly go back into that place? And you believe Elspeth is still alive? We believe she is held, Finn confirmed, awaiting the full completion of Theron's ghostly union. And we believe, if we act swiftly and with the proper knowledge, we may yet thwart Lady Isolde's final claim. The tavern, now more populated as the village awoke, buzzed with new rumors of Elspeth's disappearance and Theron's odd behavior. But within their small, solemn circle, a new resolve had solidified. The fragmented whispers of the groom's hidden history had coalesced into a fragile, terrifying map. They had a destination, a goal, and a desperate if slender hope. The sun was now fully risen, casting the village in a deceptively normal light, but the cold of Blackwood Keep and the dread of its secrets still clung to them, a chilling promise of the further horrors that awaited them upon their return to the heart of the spectral wedding. The dull normalcy of their lives was irrevocably shattered, replaced by a quest that would either free their friend and his bride, or claim them all in the cold embrace of the dead. Chapter 14. The widow's tale. The cold, relentless dawn had brought a new kind of clarity to their predicament within Blackwood Keep, a stark, unforgiving light that revealed not hope, but the chilling depths of Theron's spectral entanglement. With Theron gone, spirited away by his otherworldly bride, and Elspeth's fate hanging precariously, the keep felt less like a ruin and more like a vast, cold tomb that had just swallowed their friend whole. The cryptic note left behind by Tavern, mentioning the place of final slumber and forgotten names, served only to deepen the unsettling mystery. After a terse discussion, Driven by Osric's grim determination to find Elspeth and Gareth's renewed, albeit wary, resolve, they decided their first course of action was to return to the village. They needed answers, clearer details of this ghostly bargain and the true nature of Lady Isolde, before they dared to delve deeper into the haunted heart of Blackwood Keep. The miller, a silent spectre of grief and paternal desperation, followed them, his gaunt face reflecting the very despair they felt. The journey back to the village was made in a silence far heavier than the one that had accompanied their march to the keep. The faint scent of withered lilies seemed to cling to their clothes, a chilling reminder of the night's events. The villagers, now fully aware of Elspeth's disappearance and the monstrous rumors swirling around Tavern, regarded them with a mix of fear and thinly veiled suspicion. No one offered comfort, only wide, superstitious eyes and hasty retreats. It was Finn, ever the one to seek knowledge, who suggested their next move. If this Lady Isolde is as ancient as the tales suggest, then there might be someone in the village, someone very old, who remembers the true stories, not just the embellished whispers. His gaze fell upon an old woman hobbling by, her face a roadmap of countless wrinkles, her eyes seemingly piercing the very fabric of time. "Widow Ilara," he murmured. "They say she remembers the laying of the first stones for the church, and the time the river froze solid for 3 winters. She knew the Black Woods, or at least her grandmother did, and she has a peculiar understanding of the unseen currents that run beneath our mundane lives." So it was that after a quick, unpalatable breakfast of hard bread and cold water at the Leaning Pig, the weary quartet, accompanied by the still agitated miller, found themselves trudging towards the outskirts of the village, to a small, lopsided cottage nestled amidst a riot of untamed herbs and skeletal rosebushes. The air around the cottage, though still crisp with autumn, felt noticeably warmer than the air in Blackwood Keep, imbued with a comforting scent of wood smoke, dried herbs, and something faintly sweet. Like forgotten honey. The door, when Gareth rapped on it with a surprisingly gentle fist, creaked open slowly, revealing a wizened face framed by a halo of wispy white hair. Widow Ilara's eyes, though rheumy with age, were remarkably sharp, taking in their disheveled appearances, the miller's raw grief, and the unspoken dread that clung to them like damp shrouds. "Well, well," she croaked, her voice like dry leaves skittering across cobblestones, yet not unkind. "A fine gathering for a morning call. Troublesome times, indeed, when the living are forced to seek counsel from the nearly dead, eh? Come in, if you must. The tea is weak, but the fire is warm, and sometimes warmth is all a troubled soul truly craves." She gestured them inside with a gnarled hand, surprisingly strong for her age. The cottage was a delightful, cluttered chaos. Bundles of dried herbs hung from the ceiling, their earthy fragrance mingling with the scent of a simmering stew on the hearth. Every surface was adorned with trinkets, smooth river stones, oddly shaped pieces of driftwood, dried flowers, and countless small leather-bound books, some so old their covers were crumbling. A cat, as ancient and wizened as Ilara herself, watched them from atop a pile of faded cushions, its eyes slitted with ancient wisdom. They squeezed themselves into the small space, Gareth hunching to avoid hitting his head on the low ceiling beams. Ilara moved slowly, pouring them mugs of thin, lukewarm tea from a chipped pot, her movements deliberate, as if she had all the time in the world, which, for her, she likely did. "Now then," she said, settling into a creaking rocking chair by the fire, her hands folded over a gnarled walking stick. "Troublesome times. The air in the village, it's thick with fear. The miller's daughter gone. Young Theron vanished, they say. And you 3, smelling of cold stone and withered lilies, looking as if you've shaken hands with the grave itself. Tell old Ilara, in your own words, what tangled web has caught you." Her gaze settled on Theron's friends, a knowing glint in her eyes. Osric, surprisingly, was the one who spoke first, his voice gruff but respectful. "Widow Elara, we witnessed a peculiar ceremony last night at Blackwood Keep. Thereon, he spoke vows to a spirit. Lady Isolde, he called her. And now Elspeth is gone. We seek to understand, to find Elspeth, to understand this bargain he spoke of." Elara took a slow sip of her tea, her eyes unblinking. "Isolde. So her patience has finally worn thin, has it? Took her long enough. A woman scorned, even when she's nothing but bone and mist, has a very long memory, you see, and a very particular sense of justice." She nodded slowly, as if confirming an old suspicion. "Sit then, and listen. For the story of Lady Isolde is not just a tale of lost love, but a warning against promises made lightly and debts incurred unknowingly." She began to speak, her voice a low, steady drone that soon wove a spell in the small cottage, transporting them back through centuries. Lady Isolde was the last flower of the Blackwood lineage, generations ago. Born here, in this very valley, when the keep was still proud, before the stones themselves began to weep for the fading line. She was beautiful, yes, with eyes like the deep moor lakes and hair like spun moonlight. But more than beauty, she had a spirit, fiery and true, passionate to a fault. She loved deeply, and she loved but once. Elara paused, her gaze drifting to the flickering flames in the hearth. Her heart was given to a young lord from the north, a man of strength and honor, Lord Caelan. Their union was meant to mend old feuds, to forge a new future for the Blackwoods, whose fortunes were already beginning to wane. The wedding was set here, in the great hall of the keep. Preparations were grand as a fading house could manage. Isolde herself oversaw every detail, from the weaving of her silken gown, spun with threads of purest white, to the gathering of the white lilies, her favorite flower, that would adorn the hall. She was filled with a hope, a pure incandescent joy that shone brighter than any star. But fate, you see, is a cruel jester, especially to those who dream too grandly. Lord Caelan, her intended, never arrived. His party, journeying south, was set upon by a treacherous band of rivals, ambushed in the narrow pass high in the northern mountains. He fell, they said, bravely, but utterly, on the very eve of his wedding day. His body never reached the keep. Only the news of his demise, a cold, brutal whisper carried by a lone, wounded messenger, reached Isolde. Elara shook her head, a sigh escaping her lips. She refused to believe it. She was to be a bride, you see, and a bride she would be. She donned her wedding gown, the very one she had so meticulously chosen, clutching her bouquet of white lilies, and she stood in the great hall of Blackwood Keep. She stood there day after day, week after week, waiting for a groom who would never come. Her family, distraught, tried to comfort her, to persuade her to remove the gown, to mourn properly. But her grief was not one of acceptance. It was one of desperate, unyielding longing. She wasted away, her vibrant spirit slowly consumed by the bitter frost of abandonment and unfulfilled love. She died in that gown, in that very hall, clutching her withered lilies, her heart still beating a silent wedding march, for a groom lost to the winds of betrayal and tragedy. Her spirit, so utterly devoted, so powerfully denied, could not pass on, Elara continued, her voice gaining a low, resonant quality. It became bound to the keep, to the place of her unfulfilled union, to the very spot where she had waited. Not a vengeful spirit at first, but a longing one. She craved the completion of her vows, the final act of matrimony that had been so cruelly snatched from her. She yearned for a groom, any groom, who would complete the ritual, who would acknowledge her as bride, who would, in essence, finish what fate had so brutally interrupted. Here, Elara's sharp eyes fixed on Finn. "And this is where your books, learned Finn, speak only half-truths." The Blackwood family, sensing her spirit, sought to appease her. They sought to find a way for her to rest. They consulted those who walked between worlds, the charcoal burner your friend Tavern spoke of, perhaps, or those who tended to the ancient ways. They learned that a new groom could be found, one who, through a specific ancient rite, could stand in for her lost love, thereby releasing her. But the price was steep. It required a soul, a living man, to vow himself to her, to truly and forever acknowledge her as his only bride in this life and the next. A metaphorical union, yes. For a living man cannot truly wed a ghost, but a spiritual one, binding his afterlife to hers. Then her gaze drifted to Gareth and Osric, a faint, dry smile playing on her lips, and young Theron with his mercantile family. The irony, you see, is a bitter one. For it was Theron's ancestor, a distant relative of the very merchant family that now bears his name, who was rumored to have indirectly caused Lord Caelan's demise. Not through direct malice, perhaps, but through a careless word, a misplaced letter, a minor treachery that benefited their burgeoning trade routes, and thus led to Lord Caelan taking a more dangerous, ill-fated route. The Blackwoods, in their waning power, cursed the merchant line, a whisper of a curse that ensured that one day a son of that line would pay the price for their ancestors' unwitting sin, and complete the destiny Isolde was denied. Gareth shifted uncomfortably, a profound wave of unease washing over him. A family curse, stretching generations, reaching out to claim an unwitting descendant. It added a chilling layer of predestination to Theron's already grim fate. "The charcoal burner," Elara continued, her voice soft. He knew these old tales. He knew the Blackwood curse. And when Theron, a desperate boy, stumbled upon him, seeking fortune, the charcoal burner, whether out of mischief or misguided sympathy, simply offered him the path to fulfilling the ancient obligation, dressed up as a simple wish for prosperity. Theron, foolish boy, spoke the words, invoking the curse, unknowingly offering himself as the intended groom for Lady Isolde, the one who would finally complete her long-awaited union. The prosperous trade routes, the returned fortunes, they were merely the lure. The payment, the true price, was Theron's spirit, his eternal devotion claimed by a woman who died centuries ago, waiting for a groom who never came. She paused, sipping her tea. "The hollow ring, as you call it, Finn, is the final marker of this spiritual binding. It is forged not of earthly metal, but of the very essence of the pact, the emptiness of a life lived for the dead, and the endlessness of an afterlife shared with a spirit. Once it is on his finger, the vows spoken, he is hers. Not in the way a man is wed to a living woman, but in a far more profound and terrifying manner. His essence, his soul, upon his earthly demise, will be drawn into Blackwood Keep to be with her forever." The silence that followed her words was heavy, thick with the weight of ancient sorrow and an inescapable, chilling truth. The mundane clutter of Elara's cottage seemed to fade, replaced by the stark imagery of Isolde's eternal weight and Theron's unwitting damnation. "So," Osric rumbled, his voice strained, "he is lost to us then," his soul claimed, "even if his body still breathes?" Elara sighed, a sound like rustling dry leaves. "For now his body walks, but his spirit is already leaning towards the grave. He's a bridge between worlds, held by the bond. As for breaking it, the texts speak of counter-rituals, yes, Finn, but they are dangerous, requiring immense spiritual strength and a precise understanding of the original compact. And they often demand a sacrifice, not of life, perhaps, but of something equally precious. An exchange. For the dead, once they have a claim, do not easily relinquish it." Her gaze sharpened, turning to the miller. "Your daughter, Elspeth. Tavern's note implies she is held within the keep, not harmed, but a hostage. Isolde desires his undivided attention. Elspeth is merely an obstacle to be removed, not a victim for malice. If you can find her, if you can bring her forth from the keep, alive and well, it might disrupt Isolde's newfound serenity. It might force the spirit to show her hand, to clarify her true intentions beyond simple possession. For a jealous spirit, the living presence of a rival, unharmed yet held captive, is a constant reminder of what she desires to eliminate. It might give you a fleeting advantage, a moment to sever the ties, or at least to negotiate. But you must be swift and careful, for the more Tavern accepts his new role, the more powerful Isolde's claim becomes, and the more tenuous Elspeth's hold on the living world will be. She closed her eyes, her voice sinking to a near whisper. The keep is not merely stone and mortar. It is a repository of sorrow, a living monument to unfulfilled desire. The place of final slumber Tavern mentioned, it could be the old crypts or Isolde's private chamber where she withered away. Both would be steeped in her lingering presence. Be wary, for the dead, when they finally achieve their desires, become fiercely protective of their new possessions. And Lady Isolde, after centuries of waiting, has finally claimed her groom. She will not give him up lightly. The cottage, warm though it was, seemed to grow colder with the weight of her words. The dry, almost clinical way Ilara recounted the tale of centuries-old grief and karmic debt left them with a new, profound understanding of the horrifying trap Tavern had unwittingly stepped into. Their quest to save Elspeth now felt less like a simple rescue, and more like an impossible negotiation with a power far older, more patient, and more terrifying than any bandit or beast they had ever faced. The tragic love story of Lady Isolde was not just history. It was a living, breathing curse, now fully awakened, reaching out from the grave to claim its due. And they, Tavern's curious, unwitting friends, were now inextricably caught in its chilling embrace. Chapter 15. The unmarked grave, the cold, unforgiving light of dawn, did little to dispel the profound dread that clung to Blackwood Keep like a shroud. If anything, the gray, flat illumination only sharpened the ruins' grim contours, revealing the cracked mortar, the moss-choked stones, and the skeletal remains of ivy that clawed at its crumbling battlements. The spectral wedding of the night before, the horrifying vows, and the chilling appearance of the hollow ring on Tavern's finger, now felt less like a nightmare and more like a stark, immutable reality, etched into the very fabric of the landscape. They had left Tavern behind, swallowed by his spectral bride, but the cryptic note left in his wake, promising Elspeth's safety within the keep and hinting at a place of final slumber, burned with a desperate urgency. The journey back to the keep, undertaken once more, was steeped in a grim, silent resolve. The faint scent of withered lilies seemed to permeate the moorland air, a pervasive reminder of Lady Isolde's unholy presence. The wind, which had moaned a mournful wedding march in the dead of night, now whispered dryly through the skeletal trees, a sound like ancient, brittle secrets being shared. Osric, his brow furrowed in a permanent scowl, led the way, his heavy boots crunching on the frozen earth, his eyes scanning the desolate landscape with the fierce concentration of a man seeking a tangible foe, even when he knew the true enemy was intangible. Gareth, though still clearly unsettled by the night's events, walked with a renewed sense of purpose, his broad shoulders squared, as if daring any unseen entity to challenge their passage. The miller, a man withered by grief, stumbled along, his gaze fixed on the imposing, decaying silhouette of the keep, his mind a singular, desperate plea for his daughter. Finn, clutching his ancient text, seemed to absorb every detail of their surroundings, his eyes darting from the crumbling stones to the mournful sky, searching for any sign, any resonance that would guide them. As they approached the keep once more, the pervasive cold that had settled into their bones from the previous night intensified, wrapping around them like an invisible, icy shroud. The atmosphere inside the keep was even more oppressive in the pallid light of day. Dust motes danced in the sparse shafts of sunlight that pierced the broken roof, twisting and swirling like miniature, agitated spirits. The great hall, where Tavern had exchanged his chilling vows, lay silent and empty, the only lingering evidence of the night's unholy ceremony being the profound, soul-deep chill that clung to every surface, and the faint, sweet, sickly aroma of withered lilies that still hung heavy in the air. The very silence seemed to hum, a low, expectant thrum that made the hairs on their arms prickle. "The place of final slumber," Finn murmured, his voice cutting through the heavy quiet. He consulted his ancient text, its brittle pages rustling softly. In the architecture of these ancient keeps, the place of final slumber often refers to the family crypts, usually beneath the chapel or a consecrated burial ground within the walls. Given the Blackwood's history and Isolde's fate, it is likely a place where the family laid their dead. "Crypts," Osric grunted, his voice echoing unnaturally in the vast, empty space, usually below ground. "Well, need more light than this sorry sun provides." He gestured to Gareth, who, with a grunt of assent, pulled out his lantern, igniting the wick. Its feeble glow cast long, dancing shadows, distorting the already unsettling ruins. They began their search methodically, their footsteps echoing through the silent halls, a chorus of grating scrapes and soft thuds. They explored crumbling corridors and forgotten chambers, each door a mouth yawning into deeper darkness, each step into the unknown deepening their unease. The keep was a labyrinth of decay, a testament to centuries of neglect. They found no obvious chapel, only the crumbling remains of what might have once been a small altar in a corner of the main hall, now overgrown with moss and choked with debris. This, however, provided no discernible path downward. There are often smaller, more private burial sites, Finn observed, his voice thoughtful, as they navigated a passage choked with rubble, for those whose fates were peculiar, or who died under unusual circumstances. Isolde, dying of a broken heart in her wedding gown, refusing to be laid to rest with her ancestors, might have warranted such a place. They pushed deeper into the keep's forgotten sections, navigating collapsed stairwells and passages filled with debris. The air grew colder, damper, and the pervasive scent of lilies intensified, guiding them with its spectral perfume. They followed a narrow, almost hidden passage, partially obscured by a cascade of fallen stones and thick, thorny brambles, leading away from the great hall and towards what would have been the rear of the keep, overlooking the more desolate stretches of the moor. It was a passage so overgrown and neglected that it suggested a path rarely, if ever, taken by living feet. Finally, they emerged into a small, enclosed courtyard, tucked away from the main structure, almost swallowed by the encroaching moorland vegetation. Here, the air was stiller, colder than anywhere else in the keep, a pocket of frigid stillness. The ground was uneven, mounds of earth barely discernible beneath a thick blanket of tangled weeds and gnarled, skeletal rose bushes. This was clearly a forgotten burial ground, not grand and consecrated, but small, intimate, and utterly neglected. Most of the mounds were unidentifiable, consumed by time and overgrowth. There were no grand headstones, only the occasional moss-covered rock or a broken tilting piece of slate. But one particular mound stood out, not because of its size or a grand marker, but because of its pervasive chill. Even from several paces away, a distinct, soul-deep cold radiated from it, far colder than the surrounding air. And clinging to the thorny bushes that completely swallowed the mound were the withered, fragile remains of what had once been white lilies, their papery petals crumbling to dust at the slightest touch. They were brittle and brown, yet the strong, sweet, sickly scent of fresh lilies emanated from them, impossibly. Gareth, despite himself, shivered. "By the saints," he muttered, his breath pluming. "This is it, isn't it? The source of that infernal smell." He felt a strange reluctance to step closer, a profound sense of trespassing on a sorrow too deep to disturb. Osric, however, with a blacksmith's blunt pragmatism, pushed aside a tangle of thorny branches, stepping closer to the mound. The cold emanating from it was intense, making his teeth ache. He reached out a gloved hand, cautiously touching the soil. It was unnaturally cold, not merely from the ambient air, but from within, as if the very earth held the chill of perpetual winter. There was no visible marker, no name carved into stone, just this mound, swallowed by neglect, surrounded by phantom lilies. "This is it," Finn stated, his voice hushed, eyes wide as he gazed upon the mound. Her resting place. Unmarked, unremembered, unfulfilled. He pointed to a faint, almost invisible etching on a small, flat stone half buried in the weeds near the head of the mound. It wasn't a name, but a series of intertwined, stylized symbols. A broken heart, a wilting flower, and an unbroken circle. These are the symbols of a spurned bride, of an eternal longing, of a union denied in life, yet perpetually sought in death. And the unbroken circle, the promise of unending commitment. The hollow ring, Osric, it echoes this. The endless, empty binding. He knelt by the grave, his fingers lightly tracing the symbols. The neglect of this grave itself speaks to her restlessness. She cannot truly rest while her yearning for a groom remains unfulfilled, while her tragic story is dismissed by the living. She is here, perpetually waiting, bound to this very spot, her essence entwined with the earth that holds her unquiet bones. He looked up at them, his face grim. This isn't just a ghost. It's a living, breathing curse, fueled by centuries of unfulfilled desire. Theron, by making that pact, became the answer to her eternal prayer. And now she intends to claim him, fully and without rival. A faint, almost imperceptible whisper seemed to rise from the grave, a continuous rustling sigh, like silk dragging over dry leaves. Just at the edge of hearing, the withered lilies on the thorny bushes seemed to shiver, though no breeze stirred, and the earth around the mound, beneath the overgrowth, looked slightly disturbed, as if something had recently pushed its way up from beneath, or was eternally stirring, restless beneath the surface. The miller, who had approached cautiously, let out a choked sound, falling to his knees beside the grave. "Isolde," he whispered, his voice thick with a new kind of dread. "You have him. You have him. But my Elspeth, she is innocent. Release her. Release her from this place of sorrow." His pleas were raw, desperate, thrown against the unyielding silence of the grave. "She wants his undivided attention," Finn reiterated, recalling Theron's note. The note said Elspeth was held, not harmed, a guest, and she awaits in a place of quiet sorrow within these very walls, guarded not by malice, but by the relentless, possessive longing of Lady Isolde. This suggests proximity. Her presence, her focus is here at her physical anchor. If Elspeth is indeed a hostage, she is likely close by, somewhere where Isolde can feel her presence, a constant reminder of the rival she has removed. Osric's eyes, grim and tired, swept over the dilapidated, overgrown graveyard. "So, our task is not to appease the dead here, but to find the living. If Elspeth is a prisoner within this cursed stone, she will be suffering from the same pervasive cold, the same unsettling atmosphere. She won't be in some comfortable bedchamber." He grunted, a flicker of renewed determination in his eyes. "This grave, it's a focal point. It's her heart, in a way. If we can understand how she interacts with it, Perhaps we can find the way she interacts with her captive. He knelt, examining the subtle disturbances in the soil, the way the withered lilies pointed. "There's a faint trail here," he muttered, his fingers brushing against a patch of newly broken twigs beneath the thick undergrowth, leading away from the grave towards a small, almost invisible opening in the crumbling stone wall of the keep, a place too small for a main entrance. Perhaps a hidden passage or an old servant's entrance. This way. The cold is stronger here, too. Gareth, though still deeply unnerved by the thought of a ghost holding a grudge for centuries, nodded. Right. A path. Finally. Something tangible to follow, even if it leads us further into this damned, freezing ruin. His voice was laced with a dry, bitter humor, a coping mechanism against the overwhelming strangeness. He peered at the barely discernible opening, the faint chill emanating from it already making his teeth chatter. It was a passage into the deeper, unseen heart of Isolde's dominion. The neglected grave, a silent testament to a tragically unfulfilled love, had finally revealed its secrets. A chilling guide into the very core of Blackwood Keep. The restless spirit, confined to her lonely vigil, had laid out a path, not of escape, but of deeper entanglement, drawing them inexorably towards Elspeth, and towards the full, terrifying consummation of Theron's unholy union. Chapter 16. The final farewell, the discovery of Lady Isolde's unmarked grave, shrouded in thorny brambles, and emanating a profound soul-seeping cold, had brought a chilling focus to their dreadful quest. The withered lilies, impossibly fragrant, and the faint, almost imperceptible etchings on the half-buried stone, told a story more poignant and terrifying than any whispered rumor. It was the physical anchor of the spectral bride, the heart of her centuries-long sorrow, and the chilling confirmation of Theron's fate. From this desolate spot, a faint trail, a mere disturbance in the thick undergrowth, led to a hidden opening in the crumbling keep wall, a dark mouth promising deeper secrets, and they hoped, a living captive. But before they could plunge into that abyssal passage, the weight of Theron's note, read just moments before, settled upon them with the full, crushing force of its chilling implications. Theron was gone, spirited away by his spectral bride, having accepted his binding vows. He had, by his own spectral hand, written his farewell, a testament to a fate he now embraced, perhaps because he felt he had no other choice. The words echoed in the frigid air of the forgotten graveyard, each syllable a tolling bell for the man they had known. Gareth, his formidable frame slumped, stared at the spot where the note had been found, as if expecting Theron to suddenly rematerialize, perhaps to offer a final awkward jest. The reality was far more unsettling. "So," he began, his voice surprisingly soft, "a mere shadow of its usual boom. That's that, then. Young Theron, off to wed his ghost. I always said he had a peculiar knack for trouble, but I never imagined he'd find himself hitched to a centuries-old phantom. At least with Elspeth, he'd have known what to expect. A quiet life, respectable children, and probably a nagging wife. With this one, well, at least she can't complain about his snoring. Or at least not in a way a living man could easily understand." He attempted a wry smile, but it faltered, dying on his lips, leaving behind only a grimace. The dark humor was a thin veil, barely concealing the profound sense of loss and bewildered horror that permeated him. How do you mourn a man who isn't dead, but simply altered, whose soul is claimed, even if his body still walks? It was a question that tied his thoughts in knots, far more intricate than any knot had ever learned to tie in a stable. Osric, ever the pragmatist, leaned against a crumbling fragment of stone wall, his gaze sweeping over the unmarked grave, then to the dark opening in the wall. He was always a bit too susceptible to whispers, that lad. Heard a tale of fortune? ignored the cost. Now he's paying it with interest. A lifetime of spectral servitude. Better him than me, I suppose. Though I can't say I envy his nuptial bed. Must be colder than a blacksmith's anvil in winter, that one. And the lilies that infernal smell. Imagine waking to that every morning for eternity. His gruffness, however, carried an undercurrent of genuine sorrow. Tavern, for all his blandness, was a familiar, dependable presence in their lives. To lose him to such an absurd yet terrifying fate felt like a profound injustice, a cosmic joke played on a man ill-equipped for tragedy, let alone for the supernatural. He found himself running a calloused thumb over the edge of his belt knife, a comforting, mundane action against the overwhelming strangeness. Finn, kneeling by the grave, his fingers still tracing the etched symbols on the small stone, felt a wave of profound melancholy. He is merely fulfilling a long-overdue obligation, Finn murmured, quoting Darren's note, his voice barely above a whisper. Such is the insidious nature of these ancient pacts. They lie dormant for generations, threads of fate awaiting the precise moment to pull tight. Theron, in his youthful desperation, simply stepped onto a path that had been laid for him centuries ago. He is not a victim of malice, not entirely, but of an inescapable destiny, a cosmic balancing of scales. Lady Isolde, after all, sought only what was promised to her. A groom. An eternal union. Her longing was simply too powerful to be denied, and Theron's ancestor unknowingly created the debt that Theron now pays. He looked at the grave, then at the sky, a strange knowing sadness in his eyes. His is a quiet farewell, perhaps to the mundane world he inhabited. A forced ascent into a peculiar sort of prominence. A spectral baron, shackled to a phantom bride overseeing a ruin. It is, in its own grim way, a rather tragic poetry. He picked up a crumbling, papery lily petal from the bushes, crumbling it between his fingers, the faint, sickly sweet scent clinging to his skin. The miller, however, was beyond such philosophical musings. His grief was raw, immediate, and entirely human. He stood by the grave, his shoulders shaking, his eyes fixed on the dark opening in the wall. Poetry? He choked, his voice thick with tears and frustration. What poetry is there in a kidnapped daughter? What fate is there for my Elspeth, held by a ghostly hag who seeks only to possess what is not hers? Theron chose his path, a drunken fool's path. But my Elspeth, she chose nothing. She chose a simple life, a good man, a family. You speak of him being bound. What of, what of her soul, trapped in this cold, damned place? His words, though directed at no one in particular, hung heavy in the air, a desperate plea for justice in a world that had just proven itself utterly devoid of it. He began to pace frantically, his gaze darting from the grave to the dark opening, then to the ruined walls, as if Elspeth might suddenly appear. The truth of Theron's fate, as bizarre and unsettling as it was, had settled into their very souls. There would be no rousing bachelor party, no final night of revelry for their friend. Instead, there had been a chilling midnight ceremony in a crumbling hall, a spectral wedding witnessed by terrified men, culminating in a silent, haunting departure. Theron, the unassuming merchant's son, had become the reluctant groom of the dead, his soul forever pledged to a forgotten sorrow. The hollow ring, though unseen, felt like a constant freezing pressure on their own fingers, a chilling reminder of the spectral chain that now bound him. The air around them, though touched by the pallid dawnlight, remained intensely cold, a lingering chill that promised to cling to them long after they left the keep. The faint scent of withered lilies seemed to deepen, becoming a pervasive part of the atmosphere, a constant, gentle reminder of Lady Isolde's presence, her triumph, and her continued, watchful vigilance over her newly claimed groom. The moors, stretching out endlessly under the bruised sky, seemed to sigh with a mournful, drawn-out whisper a haunting farewell to the living man Theron once was, and a chilling welcome to the spectral existence he had now inherited. Gareth, finally, let out a long, slow breath, a visible plume of vapor in the frigid air. "Right," he said, his voice regaining a fraction of its former strength, though now laced with a steely resolve. "Theron is Anti-Internetor, where he needs to be, according to his own spectral bride. A tragic end to a peculiar bachelor party, if ever there was one. But Elspeth, Theron's note says she is here, and he says she is not truly harmed, merely held. A guest, until the full terms of my union are understood by all. That gives us hope. A slender hope, but hope nonetheless." He looked at the dark, hidden opening in the wall near the grave. "This is no longer about Theron's ill-fated nuptials. This is about a rescue. A living soul in peril. And by the saints, I'd rather fight a legion of unseen spirits for a living woman than leave her to the mercies of a jealous ghost." His pragmatism had reasserted itself, now fueled by a desperate, if absurd, sense of purpose. Osric nodded grimly, gripping his knife. "Aye. Theron's made his bed, and now he lies in it with a ghostly wife for company. Our concern now is for the living. If Elspeth is within these walls, we will find her, and we will bring her back, even if we have to pry this keep apart stone by stone." "Why?" His eyes, fierce and determined, fixed on the dark opening. Finn rose from the grave, brushing the dust and dried leaves from his robes. Theron's note was precise. The place of final slumber, where the unfulfilled desires of the keep's ladies often gather. This grave is a starting point, a physical anchor for Lady Isolde's spiritual presence. And this passage, it likely leads to the crypts or the private chambers where the Blackwood women lived and died, often with their own unfulfilled desires. It is there, where the echoes of longing are strongest, that we are most likely to find Elspeth. He took a deep breath, the scent of lilies filling his lungs. "Let us proceed. For Elspeth, and for the peculiar, tragic legacy of Blackwood Keep itself." The miller, his hope rekindled, nodded, his eyes fixed on the dark opening. He followed Osric, Gareth, and Finn as they stepped away from the unmarked grave, leaving behind the silent testament to Theron's fate. The wind, still whispering its haunting farewell, seemed to follow them, a chilling reminder of the spectral union. They stepped into the narrow hidden passage, the darkness swallowing them whole, their footsteps echoing softly into the frigid, expectant silence of the keep. Their mundane lives were now irrevocably tangled with the strange and the supernatural, bound by a ghost marriage and a desperate quest for a missing bride, deep within the heart of Blackwood Keep. And as they ventured deeper, they knew, with a certainty that chilled them to the bone, that the true horrors of the bachelor party were only just beginning. Chapter 17. The lingering chill years had a peculiar way of accumulating in the village, like dust gathering in forgotten corners, or moss creeping over old stone. The seasons turned, harvests came and went, new faces appeared in the market square, and old ones faded, leaving only a lingering memory. But some events, no matter how absurd or terrifying, refused to be entirely absorbed by the relentless march of time. They settled instead into the very fabric of the village, becoming part of its silent language, its whispered folklore. The strange saga of Theron, the unassuming merchant's son, and his peculiar bachelor party at Blackwood Keep, was one such event. The leaning pig, true to its name, had sagged a little further to one side over the intervening years, its timbers groaning with a perpetual sigh that sounded less like structural distress and more like the collective memory of every secret ever whispered within its confines. The air inside still carried the familiar scent of stale ale and wood smoke, but beneath it, especially on nights when the wind blew cold from the moors, there was always a faint, almost imperceptible trace of something else. A deep, soul-seeping chill, and the haunting, sickly sweet perfume of withered lilies. It was a scent that clung to the very plaster, woven into the tapestries of dust and grime, a spectral signature that never quite faded. On such nights, when the moon was a mere sliver, or entirely hidden by bruised clouds, the regulars at the Leaning Pig would huddle closer to the hearth, their tankards held tight, and their voices would drop to a murmur. The story of Tavern, the ghost marriage, and the vanishing bride was not openly discussed, not in the way one might recount a market dispute or a particularly impressive harvest. Instead, it was alluded to, hinted at. A shared understanding passed between generations through the tilt of a head, the widening of eyes, or a shiver that had nothing to do with the drafts from the ancient door. Osric, the blacksmith, was older now, his hair streaked with more gray than black, his scowl perhaps a fraction deeper, honed by years of shaping stubborn iron and witnessing the enduring absurdity of mortal existence. He still frequented the Leaning Pig, preferring a corner table, where he would sit nursing a tankard of the stronger brew, his eyes often distant, fixed on nothing. He spoke less than before, his grunts conveying more wisdom than many men's sermons. The events at Blackwood Keep had instilled in him a profound respect for the unseen, a grim acceptance that some things simply could not be hammered into submission or melted in a forge. He found a peculiar, if unsettling, peace in this knowledge, a certainty that the world held depths far stranger than any man could fathom. Sometimes a new patron, unaware of the tavern's subtle currents, would complain of the persistent chill near Osric's table, or the faint, floral scent that seemed to waft from the blacksmith himself, despite his usual aroma of soot and iron. Osric would merely grunt, a sound that could mean anything from agreement to utter disdain, and take a long, slow sip of his ale, his gaze unchanging. He was a man who knew the cold of the grave could linger long after the earth had settled. Gareth, the stable-master, had also aged. The lines around his eyes deepened, not just from laughter, but from quiet reflection. His booming laugh was still capable of rattling the rafters, but it was employed with more discretion, reserved for truly uproarious jests, or perhaps for a defiant defiance against the lingering darkness of memory. He still loved a good wager, but he was less inclined to reckless abandon, having learned that some debts, particularly those incurred in youth, could be paid with an unthinkable currency. He often spoke of the importance of precise language, of the unforeseen consequences of careless words, a habit that baffled new stable hands who only knew him for his practical advice on horseflesh. When the talk inevitably turned to the peculiar incident of the merchant's son, Gareth would often recount, with a dry, almost ironic wit, the events of that night, always emphasizing the sheer, baffling absurdity of it all. A bachelor party, mind you, he'd declare, his voice lower than usual. That ended with a man's soul being claimed by a spectral bride. Who'd have thought? I always preferred a good, honest brawl, where at least you knew who you were fighting and what you were fighting for. With that one, you were up against a centuries-old grudge and a bad case of lily scent. He would then raise his tankard, not in a toast, but in a silent, almost somber acknowledgment of the unseen. He, too, felt the lingering cold, especially when he walked his horses past the desolate moorlands leading to Blackwood Keep, a place he now avoided with a quiet, persistent dread. Finn, the scribe, had truly embraced his role as the village's unofficial chronicler of the arcane. He had become even more reclusive, spending countless hours in the monastery scriptorium, poring over increasingly obscure texts, his fingers permanently stained with ink and the faint, sweet scent of withered lilies. He was often sought out by villagers, not just for his beautiful script, but for his unnerving insight into strange occurrences. He would listen patiently, his eyes bright with a contained curiosity, often nodding slowly as he recognized familiar patterns in their tales of unexplained chills, fleeting shadows, or disembodied whispers. He rarely spoke of Tavern directly, preferring to frame the incident in broader terms of ancient pacts, spiritual resonance, and the delicate, often precarious, balance between the living and the dead. He had dedicated himself to understanding the true nature of such phenomena, perhaps in a silent, scholarly penance for his own initial fascination with Theron's peculiar invitation. His pale complexion had grown even paler, almost translucent, and it was rumored that he often saw things others could not, that his gaze sometimes pierced the veil that separated their world from the next. He felt the cold of Blackwood Keep not just in memory, but in his very bones, a constant reminder of the thinness of reality. As for the miller, his grief never entirely abated. He continued to live in the village, a ghost among the living, his mill wheel turning with the same monotonous rhythm, but his eyes forever held the distant, haunted look of a man who had lost a daughter to the unseen. He rarely ventured to the Leaning Pig, finding solace instead in the quiet, grinding repetition of his work. His family, though they tried to move on, carried the mark of Elspeth's disappearance, a permanent shadow over their lives. They would tell the story of their lost daughter, but always in hushed tones, avoiding direct blame, but clearly attributing her fate to the unfortunate dealings of the merchant family. The fate of Tavern and Elspeth remained, to the wider village, a mixture of grim legend and unsettling reality. Some whispered that Tavern, now truly a spectral groom, wandered the moors near Blackwood Keep, a hollow figure seen only at twilight, always with a faint, shimmering ring on his finger, his eyes reflecting the cold, distant stars. Others claimed to have seen Elspeth, a pale, silent figure near the old mill, her face etched with a profound sadness, before she vanished again into the mists. These sightings were always fleeting, always accompanied by an inexplicable chill, and the faint scent of lilies, adding to the layers of myth that now surrounded their story. The true resolution of the immediate crisis within Blackwood Keep, the search for Elspeth within its crumbling walls, the desperate confrontation with Lady Isolde, and the ultimate, peculiar twist of their fates, remained a story known only to Osric, Gareth, and Finn. And the broken miller. It was a tale too strange, too personal, and too unsettling to ever become common village gossip, destined instead to be shared in hushed tones, reserved for those rare nights in the Leaning Pig when the chill from the moors was just right, and the scent of withered lilies was undeniably present in the air. The Leaning Pig, therefore, remained a peculiar monument to the extraordinary. It was a place where, even years later, one might feel a sudden, inexplicable shiver, a cold breath against the back of the neck, and catch a faint, sweet, yet mournful perfume. And those who remembered, those who truly remembered, knew that it was not merely the draughts or the lingering scent of stale ale. It was the whisper of a ghostly wedding, a haunting echo of a bachelor party that had gone spectacularly, terrifyingly, and irrevocably awry, its chilling consequences forever woven into the quiet, unassuming history of the village. The tale, though years old, still had a way of distracting the restless mind, making one wonder about the promises made in haste, and the lingering chill of debts paid in the most unexpected of currencies. Chapter 18. The moral of the tale: years had not merely passed since the peculiar events at Blackwood Keep. They had accumulated, like dust motes in the sunbeams of the Leaning Pig, each particle a silent testament to the strange truths that had settled into the village's collective consciousness. The seasons had cycled through countless iterations of autumn chill, winter's bite, spring's tentative embrace, and summer's weary heat. New faces had joined the ranks of the villagers, and old ones had, in turn, become ancestors. Yet the story, or rather, the unsettling essence of the story, of Tavern, the merchant's son, and his ill-advised bachelor party, remained. It was no longer a whispered rumor, but a pervasive, almost atmospheric element of the village, like the persistent dampness in the air before a rainstorm, or the faint, sweet scent of lilies that sometimes wafted from the direction of the moors, even on days when no flowers bloomed. The leaning pig, for its part, continued its slow, inexorable tilt towards the earth, its ancient timbers groaning with the weight of centuries, and perhaps with the lingering presence of those peculiar events. The chill that emanated from its walls, particularly near Osric's preferred corner table, was not merely a draught, but a distinct, bone-deep cold, and the subtle perfume of withered lilies, often mingled with the more comforting aroma of stale ale and wood smoke. These were the enduring marks of a night that had defied all logic, a testament to the stubborn persistence of the unseen, and a chilling reminder that some promises, however foolishly made, carried a weight far beyond mortal reckoning. Osric, the blacksmith, had grown grayer, his hands more gnarled, but his eyes, sharp and perpetually scowling, held a deeper understanding of the world's peculiar cruelties. He still forged iron, still hammered away at intractable metal, but he did so with a newfound, almost philosophical resignation. The incident at Blackwood Keep had taught him that not everything could be shaped by force, nor bent by sheer will. Some things, like ancient curses and spectral debts, simply existed, patiently waiting for their due. He would occasionally offer a cryptic grunt when a new lad complained of the chills in the forge, or the strange, sweet smell that sometimes accompanied the wind from the moors. His advice, now, often included a cautionary tale about the dangers of idle chatter and the true meaning of a sworn oath, a lecture that bewildered the young apprentices more accustomed to instruction on tempering steel. He had learned, through the peculiar ordeal, that the most formidable obstacles were not always visible, and that a blacksmith's true strength lay not just in his arm, but in his unwavering acceptance of the universe's baffling indifference to human plans. He had come to appreciate the quiet, predictable rhythm of his forge, a comforting antithesis to the chaotic, otherworldly dance he had witnessed. Gareth, the stable master, found his boisterousness tempered not by age, but by a lingering ironic weariness. His laugh still rang through the stable yard, but it often carried a dry, almost bitter edge, particularly when he spoke of the precariousness of earthly happiness. He was still a man of action, but he now approached life with a meticulous caution, as if constantly anticipating the unforeseen and the absurd. He often regaled new recruits with tales of his youth, always culminating in the peculiar bachelor party that defied all expectations. "A groom, mind you," he'd bellow, his voice lowered for dramatic effect, "who ended up marrying a wad ghost. And not just any ghost, but one with a centuries-old grudge and a taste for lily perfume. Makes you think, doesn't it, about who you're raising a toast to, and what exactly you're promising in your cups. I prefer a good, honest brawl, where at least the blows are physical, and the consequences, while painful, are at least understandable. With a spectral bride, your troubles are just beginning when you think they've ended. No domestic squabbles, perhaps, but imagine the chill in the marriage bed, and the silence, enough to drive a living man mad. A proper bachelor party, my lads, should only involve enough ale to blur your vision, not so much that you accidentally pledge your soul to an ancestral phantom. Take it from me, there are worse things than a nagging wife." He would then take a long swig of his ale, his eyes distant, reflecting the lingering bewilderment that haunted him. He had learned that the most dangerous enemies were not those who carried swords, but those who carried ancient sorrows and an unyielding, ethereal will. Finn, the scribe, had truly settled into his role as the village's quiet chronicler of the inexplicable. His hermetic existence at the monastery scriptorium continued, his pale hands forever stained with ink, his mind perpetually adrift in the realm of dusty tomes and forgotten lore. The incident at Blackwood Keep had not broken him. Rather, it had validated his most outlandish theories. confirming that the world was indeed riddled with unseen currents and ancient powers. He dedicated his life to transcribing old folk tales, to categorizing spectral phenomena, and to meticulously cross-referencing every whisper of the strange against the cryptic passages of his most forbidden texts. He rarely offered direct advice, preferring to speak in analogies and allusions, drawing parallels between current misfortunes and ancient curses, his voice a soothing, almost melodic murmur that gently guided the restless mind towards the unsettling beauty of the world's hidden mechanic. When villagers sought him out, seeking explanations for unseasonal chills or objects mysteriously displaced, he would listen patiently, his unnervingly bright eyes reflecting a deep, knowing understanding. He often remarked in his quiet way that the greatest danger lay not in the existence of the unseen, but in the casual disregard with which mortals approached it. A promise made to the wind, he would muse, can carry more weight than an oath sworn before a king. For the wind, unlike a king, has an infinite memory, and the unseen forces it carries have an even longer patience. He had accepted that some knowledge, once acquired, could not be unlearned, and that the chill of Blackwood Keep was not merely a memory, but a constant, subtle presence in his very bones. And the miller, old Master Thistle, well, his tale remained the saddest of all. His grief for Elspeth never truly lifted, a perpetual shadow that clung to him like the dust from his mill. He had searched the keep again and again in the days and weeks that followed, aided by Osric, Gareth and Finn, guided by the cryptic hints in Theron's note and the strange, intuitive knowledge gleaned from Widow Alara. They had found places of quiet sorrow and echoes of unfulfilled desires, but Elspeth, the living bride, remained just beyond their grasp. She was, as Theron's note suggested, held. And though not truly harmed, she was irrevocably entwined with the spectral energies of the keep. Stories circulated of her fleeting appearances, a pale, silent figure glimpsed near the old mill, or sometimes a wisp of a presence near the market square, always accompanied by that inexplicable chill and the faint, sweet scent of lilies. She was neither fully here nor fully gone, a living casualty of a ghostly bargain, her fate a heartbreaking testament to the collateral damage of otherworldly debts. Master Thistle, forever grinding his grain, became a living, breathing lament, a poignant reminder that even in the strangest of tales, human sorrow remained stubbornly, heartbreakingly real. As for Theron himself, the merchant's son, he too became a figure of lingering legend. No one ever saw him clearly again, not in the bustling market, nor in the familiar comfort of his father's house. Yet on moonless nights, when the wind howled across the moors, some claimed to glimpse a lone, indistinct figure wandering the desolate lands around Blackwood Keep, his form shimmering at the edges, a faint, cold light emanating from his left hand, where the hollow ring was said to perpetually glow. He was, by all accounts, performing his eternal service, a spectral husband to a spectral bride, forever bound to a ruin and a love tragically denied. His bachelor party had indeed been a diversion most unlike any known to mortal revelry, culminating in a union far more permanent and far less conventional than any he could have possibly imagined. So, the moral of the tale, if one can truly distill such a tangled web of fate and folly, is perhaps a rather mundane one, hidden beneath layers of supernatural absurdity. Be wary of desperate promises, particularly those made in haste or worse in a drunken stupor. For the unseen world, it seems, has a remarkably precise memory and a rather literal interpretation of vows. It cares not for your mortal intentions or your youthful folly. It simply waits, patiently, for its due, and when it comes to collect, it often does so in the most unexpected and inconvenient ways, turning a simple bachelor party into an eternal, unholy commitment. The lasting chill that sometimes sweeps through the village, the faint, Sweet scent of lilies carried on the night wind, and the quiet murmurs in the leaning pig, the persistent echoes of that peculiar night. They serve as a gentle, unsettling reminder that even in the most boring of lives, surrounded by the most mundane of routines, there exist ancient forces, forgotten promises, and spectral brides who, once scorned, possess an infinite patience and an unyielding desire to finally, chillingly, have their day. And sometimes, the most profound peace is found not in grand adventures, but in the blessed, unburdened simplicity of a life free from ancient curses and otherworldly entanglements. It's enough, perhaps, to make one reconsider that next pint of ale, and certainly any whimsical promises made under a moonless sky.